Good morning. Morning, Indy. Time to make some donuts. All right. Make some donuts. Let's see here. Set up. Got about 15 minutes to open. Oh, I guess PCE data came in. Wasn't even thinking about that. Is that what this drop is right here? I think so. See what's going on here. BBY. Saw it rebounding a little bit. I haven't seen it. It was like 2% up, I think. Alright, got that out there. Discordians. So I think Nat Gas actually might be about to make a move to the upside. Or at least it seems like it's finding a bottom. That volume is looking like a lot of accumulation. Get you guys over there. My biggest concern is BBY. It's becoming less of my biggest concern because I've closed quite a bit. But if it does, if they're gonna have a merger before bankruptcy, then I'll probably jump back in for a swing trade. But maybe not. Don't know. Maybe I'll just keep my capital for other stuff. Yes, natural gas. I didn't get stopped out. I was thinking about it last night and where I set my stops. I've not really thought too much about it. I've just done it. I've really only started doing it with futures. And I've done it just without taking any losses. If I have a stop loss, it's pretty much always been at a small gain. You still need diapers? We're talking about BMX. So SPY, I guess, got PCE numbers. Let me look. Get the chat. Yeah, that was quite the volatility yesterday. No pinned message there. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate them. Yesterday's volatility, of course, brought some more people, so we broke the like threshold. Setting standards pretty high now. BBY, little move up. I will probably close though today on BBY. Just I don't think I want to hold it over the weekend, unless if some news comes out or starting to look really bullish again for some reason. Today we have retail inventory, wholesale inventory. I thought PCE was today. That's yesterday. Hold on. Maybe that was this candle right here. Yeah, 835. That was from that right there. So pretty flat. Okay, core PCE. Here we go. So I could enter my short. I've got these natural gas ones, so I might hold them. Morning, Christopher. Thanks for joining, man. Core PCE year over year. Right at forecast. Okay, both were right at forecast. Month over month, year over year. PCE less than forecasted. PCE is can't remember what it stands for now. Personal income is what was expected. Personal spending is less than expected. All very close though, very close to inline. This is probably the biggest change right here, is the year-over-year PCE lower than forecasted. Now let me see here. Here's a little thing. What is the difference between CPI and PCE? CPI sources data from consumers, while PCE sources from businesses. The scope effect is a result of the different types of expenditures CPI and PCE track. For example, CPI only tracks out-of-pocket consumer medical expenditures, but PCE also tracks expenditures made for consumers, thus including employer contributions. So it's more from the business side than consumer side. And it was in line. Fed prefers PCE. They prefer it as far as a data set. It seems like our moves are more dramatic on CPI though. Good morning. Hola. Wait, no, 3 weeks? He's still bullish on today. I suppose that deferment and stuff. Wouldn't that have to happen like, no, it's Friday though. Yeah, good. And that kind of, the 3 weeks kind of lines up with what I'm thinking. Well, maybe not 3 weeks, but yeah, because if we're like right here on the chart, however long that is from there to there, that actually probably is about 3 weeks, which would be earnings. So waiting for that earnings rally. Positive EPS, that could be the beginning of new highs, breaking this downward trend. Basically been stuck in for 2 years. But I was thinking about his theory about the split and them closing their shorts. I don't know. I haven't thought that was true, but if it stops reacting the way it has been, then it definitely seems more plausible. Where like they just basically use the last 2 years to unwind it with all these spikes, and since they can completely manipulate the price, they can be the right way on the trade every single time. So closing shorts, opening longs, closing shorts, opening longs, you know, just perfectly, and every time unwinding more and more. Remains to be seen though. BBY? Not sure where it's gonna go today. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, John. Moving goalposts. Oh, the data set's more smooth. Dormant until earnings next week. That's So we've got like Monday, Tuesday, not much data. And being that we're at where that we are, just price. Yeah, it could chill out till then, I guess. It's been so volatile these last 4 or 5 days. I don't know if it'll just chill out at this high. Like, that seems kind of crazy. Now we know where BBY is going. It's to the moon. Drew figured it out. Yeah, yesterday's dip, not everything's unwound. I suppose, yeah, I mean, it's showing there's still correlation, but as far as if it's this huge position with so much risk that we're expecting a massive squeeze, I don't know how we can determine that or not. But yeah, I think I've heard you say that before too, and it's a theory I've not wanted to consider. And I haven't really had to. But we'll, yeah, if this doesn't play out soon, and we're just kind of, I mean, breaking that low was a big deal, and then this somewhat of a pattern break, this long consolidation. All right, we've got about 3 minutes. There was some peculiarity with that. All right, thanks for your likes, guys. We got 9 of them. We're getting there. Some positions, up other instruments. Yeah, never wanted to think about that. Yeah. Whoa. A lot of volume came in on nat gas. So looking at nat gas for a bounce, at least a bounce, and maybe the beginning of an uptrend. At this 915, it's kind of hanging out, slowing down there. At this range right here, which is historical support from, geez, almost 3 years ago now, or 2 years ago, right around here. So there's that, there's the support, there's this RSI that's just been flattening while this has continued to come down, so that's a bit of a divergence. And then this volume is what I'm most excited about, looking like accumulation starting to happen. Really, like here, once it got into like 12s, 11s, it's just the volume started to pick up, me signifying a bottom. And I think I'll move up if we do get a bounce on it to probably that resistance. Wouldn't be out of the question at all. Then if you get some cold weather news or escalations or something, this could be a pretty big rally. This short would have been nice. I just kept not capturing it. All right, market is open. Ding, ding, ding. And VWAP's messing everything up. GME's coming down a little bit. BBBY. Let's see where these covered calls are at. These covered calls, what the heck? They expire today. Yeah, they expire today, and they're still up half their value. They're 3.5 calls. The premiums have not changed at all. That is crazy. Crazy crime. Okay. I was hoping that we would get a rip up to 408 so I could just go short at that point. Make it nice and simple. pretty good volume there on BBY at open. There, now the options have adjusted. Okay, now it's down 83%. Took a little while. I'm gonna leave that until I decide if I'm gonna close my shares, or I guess I could close it now in case it starts squeezing. Let's see. Yeah, I'll put an order to close that. Okay, putting an order to close that. All right, it closed. So I closed the covered calls. Made like 300 bucks on premium. SPY's moving up. Now I just have the shares, which I can still sell. Wait, no, it hasn't closed. Never mind. I put the order in. TD, weird. Check out some levels here on SPY. Not like I'm going to trade it, but I can mind trade it. Whoa, locked you. Just seeing the, there we go. Okay, cover call BY field. Seeing the 5 Fridays in a row with big green daily candles. I was just like, not. Oh, it's slowly filling them. One at a time. Easy does it. Easy does it. Don't rush it. I didn't want to rush into a short. Just, yeah. Doing like one at a time. It's a nice sound. They've nailed that sound pretty well. It almost makes you think you're making money. Morning treat. They were confused with the BY feature. No, I didn't see that downward. What does that mean? I'm not following. Paper trade it. Paper trade it all. Yeah, you can paper trade or just mind trade. Okay, SPY hit that pre-market. Well, I guess not the pre-market high. One of the pre-market highs. This, where was it? I think this candlestick could be a sign of a reversal. I know the hammer is like a bullish candle, but if it's at the top, kind of like here. I was trying to look up different plays for that candle, but yeah. Or it's just straight up bullish, which is what it looks like. And we're going to 408, blasting. Blasty blast to 408. Not sure if action we'll get today on SPY. If it's just kind of a choppy range bound day, or if it actually makes big moves again. Yesterday ended up being that pretty large move. Or no, yesterday was more just range bound. A little bit to move the upside. It was all pre-market, it was all gap up. Okay. GME volume is pitiful. BBY is green. Actually, I fell for what you're saying. Saying they were selling. 6 people submitted amendments saying the transactions were canceled. Oh. Doesn't mean much, I guess, at this point. You're selling RSUs in 2 weeks? Nice. You're on a cruise ship? Dang, you're already celebrating. Already celebrating selling those metas. What's on GME? Are you getting dailies? I didn't close any of mine, so I still have mine for next week. They should still be up. Maybe they're not. Yeah, they're up at 7%. I tried to close some yesterday. Didn't happen. I'm not sure that we just come down really quick, though. I'm thinking we possibly could consolidate a little bit. You know, similar to this. But this move from here to here would be pretty nice if it was something like that for the downside. But if it's like this or like this. Oh, EVTL. Avia. Yeah, Avia up there. American Express, I think they had earnings. Fury. Chewy. Weird names on the top of my list. Kala. AI. Should maybe get some lower strike puts. So I can close these ones. Net gas coming down a little bit here. Still like the inverse head and shoulders on that gas though. And that volume, there's a lot of things that make me think it's bottoming or already have bottomed. All right, SPY's moving back up. New high. Should have been more aggressive on selling those puts. Can always get back in them, I guess. Well, pretty much 0 date. That's because you can't. That's on Weeble. All right. Interest rates hit short sellers first. How do you figure? You need a low float. Should treat it like a scam and keep it moving. What the heck? $175% on the week. That ain't bad. Not bad. What were your plays? BBY moving up 4.5% almost. All right, okay. Without some fundamental news, I don't think I'll be going long on BBBY. Just, or even, I guess, more long, or getting more exposure where they already have. I didn't really break that high. BBBY 6% now. Climbing. People want it. It's on a deal. It's on a good deal. Mostly GME puts, but where were their drops to signify 175% in a week? Like these 2 days, you timed those perfectly? That wasn't even this week. What, from 123? You bought some on Monday. Just closed them yesterday. Oh, it's from that dip yesterday. You bought them here, sold them here. Mark's popping. BBBY 5.5. Alt up. Maybe. Yeah, they halted it up so quick yesterday on that drop. They let it drop so much before they halted it, and then it just started to go up and it was halted. What did Mark used to move with? I can't remember. It was Mark and something else. Ooh, Mark looks nice though. Look at all that volume. HLBZ. GNS. Don't really need extended hours. It's not much of a gap. GNS kind of at that support. Maybe it'll hold there. Oh, the RSI finally cooled down with yesterday on the daily. Mark and Fun, that's right. Visa or Visa? GME flat, no fault. Is this thing even on? Oh, there it's on. Okay. Almost 8% on BBBY. This is always the fun of volatility. It can go both ways. EVTL up 6.5%. We'll keep an eye on that one. Donro's magic volume is what, 2 million you said? No, 5 million? Oh, day was 4.5. That was 73. What, you're looking for like at least 4? That only happened one time where it was low. These all other times are such big volume. W? Oh, it is Visa. Visa. 7.3% on BBBY. Doesn't this today look like the first day when it started going up after 130? I don't recall. 8%. There we go. Well, you always take profits on your covered calls. 80% is enough. I don't think it'll be over 350 end of day, but could. Flat when it rises. So yeah, I think it just has to do with the elevated volatility. So if we see elevated volatility to the upside, I think it'll pull them up. That's why we haven't seen them move together in so long. It's just because there hasn't been volatility in either direction. So that's why I was like not even sure if they were that tethered. But yeah, it came true yesterday. GME and AMC both dropped. Cost Express didn't, but those might start to act if you get even more volatility. So yeah, slow melts, grinds, not really. SPY broke that high, coming up to yesterday's high. Here we go. We get 408. I think I have to. Or maybe just go long at 404 for the move to 408. Man, that's greedy. So another big green candle on Friday. BBBY 10%. That is neat. That's back about where I closed my short puts. I don't know how the price changed from here to here though on those. They were in the money. They didn't change a whole lot. 1 million volume. It's pretty conservative, yeah. New CFO. Good morning, Ace. 920 up $5. No. Not a new high on the SPY yet. GME getting a little move from it. Nothing crazy. American Express is almost to 10%. All right, BBY getting rejected there. SPY coming back up to yesterday's high. You know what I would have margin for? Probably just some micros on the S&P or on the ES. SPY is green, flashing green. New high on SPY. And broke yesterday's high. So we're climbing higher from yesterday now. So the loss was big. I stomached it on my short. I should have cut losses much sooner, but I think it ended up being a good decision because breaking this, I see probably, yeah, I think 408. I could even hit today. Nothing to suppress the market. It's going to rally. And look at that thing rally. BBBY chilled out there. No. Where should I close my shares? Evitel did have news last week that they are moving to Japan to be Asia's first. What? They're not Asia's first. Chinese had Evitels like years ago. Would actually step foot in one? I mean, I've stepped foot in them. Where do you think BY is headed? Probably to bankruptcy. So that would be 0 or close to it. All right, new high there on SPY. That was a 52-week high and low, $150 different. Oh, you're talking about your Visa? The presentation said? I wonder how they're justifying that. 406s, you got calls again? All right, man. Yeah, I mean, it's breaking out. I think 408's definitely on the table for today. Maybe 408, 47. Yeah, sorry. I mean, as far as the stock price, it's going to be volatile until then. If they get M&A news, then Yeah, it could get back up into the double digits. Worked with Alibaba. Yeah, new director could be help direct their bankruptcy. That's not that takes a lot of work. Thank you is in November. There was similar wording in November saying that about bankruptcy being an option. Uh, I don't think that they talked. I don't think that they got margin called on their debt though. Eyes ripping. Loan default might, as it might be common for a merger, which I don't know if that's true or not. It's definitely common if you're defaulting on your loans to just be as simple as you are defaulting on your loans and not some great thing because you don't have money to pay your loans. NQ released during the day? That is kind of crazy because if the SEC times the release, oh, this didn't move on that, which is another thing that's a little bit suspicious. Because it released like an hour or two before this happened. GME's up 1%. The JP sell off? That was JP Morgan sell off? For one, we saw in all the train tips. Thanks, Tree to Leaf. I appreciate it, man. I mean, I'm not gonna buy a stock with your dono, but I appreciate your donation. Very generous. Yeah, it's the one you're stoked on. How are you making money on this? Do you have a short? Ryan Cohen is going to sell? Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been trapped in that before. He just wants intent to sell. Oh, so I'm gonna tell you a proverb. You aren't familiar, which I'm sure you are, Hurricane. Seek and you shall find. So in your case, you should seek out the the bankruptcy and the legitimacy of that, because you've definitely seeked after this being all some big hidden cover up and it being an M&A, no matter what news comes out. So you found that, and that's good. You sought it out and you found it. Find some of the other side. Find somewhere in the middle. To do that though, you have to seek it out. BBBY up, holding up pretty well. That 10%. What is a murder 75% of the time? When people default on their loans? When they have more debt than cash? No, I appreciate it, Hurricane. I appreciate your buyer and you're sticking to your conviction. As a buyer and with your conviction, you should be searching for the opposite, though. That's all I'm saying. Because if you're looking for something, you can find it. Seek and you'll find. So if you're looking for bullish news on BBY, you're going to find it. If they're not going bankrupt, yes, there's a good deal. Oh, you're liking EBTL, huh? Feb 10, 2.5 call, price was cheaper than 2.3. That's weird. If you build it, they will charge you property taxes. How true that is. You're buying back into BLDZ? What's BLDZ? It's not a ticker. You bought back in, Lex, to BBBY? Those vested shares, as pointed out by Don, which is true, I can attest, they have a set date for when they either get the shares or get the cash, and it was set probably years ago, or when they got hired on. It was contractually set. It's not they just picked a day to sell their shares or to get cash settlement or whatever. So that's not insider trading. And even if it was, like, great, they're gonna make money, but that doesn't mean it's not bankruptcy. I see the point of, oh, they wouldn't do that because it's insider trading, but I think that's thrown out because that date was already set. I would get shares of EBTL. Spy kind of rejecting that 405. Plugin. Time to bang chains. That's so cold to be throwing disc. Thanks for Dono Tree. Have fun, buddy. Yes, their wording has been, the wording has been that they're trying to trying to explore avenues, one of them being bankruptcy. They haven't declared bankruptcy, of course not, but that is one of their options and that they're exploring. HLDZ. The heck is HLDZ? I mean HLBZ? 30 seconds or $30, 30 cents. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad price. Find that support. What scares me about this is if they actually follow through with what they're saying. Whoa, Spy's dumping there. I don't know if news came out there or what. Cashed out at that price. Yes, they did. The time came for them to make a choice. They wanted shares or dollars. They chose dollars, but the timing was prearranged. If it wasn't, why in the world would they time it when it was at $4.50 and not when it's at 30? Just buy more BBY forward spikes for the weekend. All right, do it. Yeah, no, I think Spike could hit 408. I don't think it'll break that resistance today, but I see a move to 408, which would be a pretty big day. Oh, we did get data. Oh yeah, 10 o'clock. So we got inflation expectations, Dallas Fed, consumer expectations, consumer sentiment, Michigan current conditions, Michigan inflation expectations, pending home sales index. So I guess it's somewhat bullish. It's markets rallying on it. Yeah, pending home sales 2.5% versus -1 expected. Wait, what? So there's way more home sales than expected? Surprised that would be bullish. I guess bullish because we're not going to recession, but we can keep raising rates. Huh. Yeah, bye bye baby. I know. To me, I mean, I don't I don't work for them. I don't know. I'll have all the inside data, which you don't either. None of us do. But it just from my very limited knowledge of what they have, it seems like they would sell off bye bye baby before going bankrupt. But I don't know. Nice, Lex. Well done. Holding till 40s. Aggressive. GME's dead today. This is a big spy rip here. 408 incoming. GNS, yep. You gotta keep an eye on GNS. That's just G. Okay. Great, buddy. Good job. Good job, son. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to look at this. What's up, David? Good morning. Spies just ripping here. You're looking at on ABTL. Feb 210 is cheaper than 23. 2.5 on 210. Buy is ripping. Don't wanna exploit this option chain, but kind of illiquid. There's nothing on the bid. Yeah, there you go. $10. More time, cheaper. These are delayed though. Let me look at updated. Two and a half. Yeah, $9 was the last. The last one. 10 cents is the last one on that. I mean, it's just illiquid. The ask is way higher. Oh no, the ask. Okay. Yeah, someone just wants a lot for their contract. SPY is squeezing. GME is saying bye-bye SPY. With BBBY. Here we go. Up, up, and away. Up is up a little bit. Okay. Buy right on the expensive one. If you get filled, you just mean in general. I don't know. That chain is so illiquid. Michigan, University of Michigan end January current index 68.4. The pending home sales seems bearish for the market. This is GME is so off right now. It's like pre-market. With the SPY doing this? Outrageous. That is average 10-day volume now. Yeah, I would probably jump in on the shares if anything. Yeah, you're 500,000. So what do you like it at, like 1,000,000? Why 1,000,000 though? None of these days until you got to 4,000,000 was a sign of a go green light. That was 73 million. You know what I mean? What are shares? I don't know if I like the 1,000,000 threshold. $406. I don't see any days that started at 1,000,000 and then moved. They're all less than 1,000,000 and then more. Okay, all right. I closed my shares on BBY. This is about where I was at yesterday, so no harm, no foul. Hopefully over the weekend we get a big M&A announcement and it just rips. But it doesn't matter to me anymore because I am out. And now I have capital to lose it on EVTL and SEN. That actually looks really nice. I know I saw a lot of one-day rallies, which sketched me out. About as free as Manu puts. Noise. There you go, Hurricane. Way overbought, but I doesn't care. Yeah, I mean, really, I think 408's that's gonna be it. That's your target. If it gets there this early in the morning, that'd be crazy. That'd be such a gift to 0-day option holders. Because you can't imagine it's going to keep ripping after that. They'll consolidate to some extent and probably come down. And this was fun to do on the 5-minute. We should do that again. The S&P 500 is currently at 44,060, 16% below its all-time high in January. That's crazy. It's only 16%. And 16% above its correction low in October. 34. Oh, are we literally right in the middle of... Are we 50% retracement? Bruh? Wait, January 2022. Oh, the high from January. Wait, back here? No, 16% both ways? No way. It's like 18%. Hold on. $17. Only 14. So yeah, we've moved up since he tweeted that, I guess. Oh, 16, there you go. Up, 16% up. Wow. That's crazy. That is... Doesn't look that way, but... Amount from here to here... No. Wait a minute. It's 16%. Yeah, we've climbed. We've climbed halfway up from our all-time highs. So if we did a retrace, right, that should be like 50%. We're close, yeah. Right, I think this line's 50%. Stupid Weeble took it off. To go the other way. Yeah, it's the same either way. That's so weird to think about. It doesn't look that way on the chart at all. HLBZ rallying. 4.5%. 51%. Voice. 2 greens on the 30 on the spot. I love how you scalp trade on the 30-minute. ECH, put your savings in this and make 30% over coming week. Far-fetched. That's far-fetched, man. Yeah, chart looks pretty nice. I just don't... I think once S&P gets to 408, I'm not sure if these will all continue to rally. All these ones that have the same looking chart. Depending on how hard the downtrend is, but... VTL consolidating here. Lots to go by. Hold until 40s. HLBZ to the 40s would truly be insane in our macro environment right now. I mean, yeah, I guess from the short squeeze thesis, they really do offer a dividend or something to squeeze shorts. See, there's a female you good, bro. Talking about BBY. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna be another big green Friday. HLBZ does look juicy. Ferguson PLC. Get all three. What are all three? What time frame? Selling insurance. That's neat. I'll sell you insurance. Interesting, Hurricane. Looking at 30 minutes. Oh yeah, I mean, on the SPY that smooths it out a lot. But to scalp it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, for me it's holding that 9 moving average, which is one I use. Even the 10-minute even looks pretty good, but I guess it has dipped below that a couple times. But to do such like quick trades on that seems crazy. Alright, EBTL's come down here a little bit. I don't need to make a line my moving average. Line across, highest 3 bars. Oh, like a trend? Like an upward trend line? Hmm. Health assurance or insurance? There are health insurance companies. Lots of them. Daily once it gets going. Congress long overdue to ban stock trading, says Congresswoman Abigail. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. We're at 17 of them. Not bad. Yeah, the FTCH chart did look nice. You guys called out a couple nice looking charts this morning. I was looking if there was a divergence on those RSI, but I mean, there's one here. There might be one setting up here, but that's hourly, so it could just be consolidating. Definitely consolidating, but yeah, I suppose a break here would be good. Up to 720. There's 500,000 volume on EBTL. Might grab shares. I actually like the space. It's one of these ones where like, hopefully not another birds, but and they do have options, so you could always do cover calls sometimes. So I might pick up a couple of shares of this guy. They don't make any money though. I don't even think they have anything. They haven't sold any aircraft yet, I don't think. Nat gas is moving. Go, baby. Well, let me look at the... Oh, okay, so we have natural gas speculative net positions at 330. Nat gas just crossed first support of 280. So I see it moving up to like $3 level. That is the dream, at least. I've got 3 of those mini contracts. I'm liking it though. I don't want to sell them. Keep them going. They're up 750 bucks. It's crazy how those move. Just from a little move on that gas. Insurance finds ways not cover. That's true. Yeah, I don't need to watch the 5. Watch your 30. Oh, you're just you're saying in general. Yeah, no, it's good to change time frames and stuff. Especially, I mean, if you're specifically trying to scalp, like figure out the time frame that works. And I think it's good to move to a time frame where it smooths it out like this. I forget to do that. I get stuck in my time frames, but it makes a lot of sense to keep changing the time frame until you find one that is working well with your moving averages. because then you know it won't get shaken out until it like fully crosses it. Maybe like here, maybe would have closed if you're watching on the 10, 30. No, you wouldn't even need to because it's just bouncing off of that. So yeah, no, I like the 30-minute on has been nice the last few days. But I would be doing it longer term. I'd be doing at least like a couple days. But I guess if it works, it works. Some would say, yeah, you could buy here, or you could wait for the full-on test of that. For me, that 9 moving average. The purchase orders and commitments for their aircraft. I don't think they've delivered anything. No, I thought the first year shipment was sometime this year. On time with vision narrative. No, you know what I'm saying though. For the moving averages, like smooth it out for entries and exits. It makes sense. You know, like certain time frames will look better or worse. Find the one that suits it. You know what I'm talking about, Don. You shut up. like this, like, oh, what? 4 hour, no. 1 hour is like smoother if you're looking at like over the 9 moving average. 30-minute, even better. 10 kind of works. You know, find what you're trading. I was trying to trade the daily and I called this like perfectly, but I didn't listen to myself. I said breaking that high, we're moving up, and maybe all the way up to 408. I probably would have gotten shaken out on this one this day, but yeah, find the one that suits it. EBTL coming down. I might get a position though. See where it settles. GME down 1%. Sold half. Nice. BBBY coming down. That gas slowing down. U.S. existing home sales dropped 17.8% in 2022, the most since 2008. I mean, the downtrend from a year. I have mine further down. The descending trend line. Oh, you're saying yesterday? Yeah, that's true. Open and close over that line. Pretty much wherever you put it, I think that would be true. I know this. I mean, this could be the beginning of a big rally, much bigger than 408. I have 408 in my mind, but I mean, next week if you know FOMC or PAL or whatever, if that's bullish, like we could keep going. We go 428. Yeah, I suppose I would look for long if we had a big break of 408. But at this point, I just see thinking more downside after we've already retraced almost halfway up. That's crazy. PSTG 30 times put volume today. Uh-oh. Wait. Yes. So Europe closes in an hour. A lot of puts on this one, huh? It looks pretty bullish. There's a major housing builder and they've been laying off a lot of people and have grim outlook for housing markets. Yep. Yeah, the builders are trouble. GME's coming down here. Yeah. I've seen 20% drops from the highs already. I think on average in the United States, it's probably not necessarily dropped on average. It's plateaued. But yeah, and it's kind of hard to tell because people were asking such ridiculous prices. So I'm trying to base that as much as I can on actual closed deals and not, of course, asking prices. So it's kind of hard because there's a big spread too, because it's like basically an illiquid option chain because less stuff is getting bought and sold right now too. So it's like some people are getting a lot still, and then other houses are getting dumped. So it's hard to get a good handle. Um, but I mean, the rest of the data shows that the housing market's going to come down. So it's only a matter of time until that spread tightens up, and there's lots more for sale, and they're a lot cheaper. The Transformers new construction is taking a year. What? For the power? Wonder why that is. Property tax in Mexico? Yeah, I bet that's nice and cheap. They've been getting worse for years. They're getting puts for earnings. 1,000 pesos. What are you gonna do, Donero? Are you gonna get some puts? Play little earnings? Puts are up a tiny bit. I kind of wanted to dump these today. I don't know if today'll end up being a big red day or not. We'll see. SPY could hit its high today and come down, but doesn't seem like it. What about shorting puts on EVTL? Just no liquidity. Why do they have weeklies when it's so illiquid? You should just stick with monthlies. Still a stupid spread. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the bubble will be worse in the places that got more inflated in the last 2 years. Hot cities, hot states. Do a little recon. Like nighttime with ski masks and break into their facility. Yeah, no, I don't think SPY's done. Hit 406. That's petty. Not even at 408 yet, man. That's a chump resistance right there. Only chumps close there. You gotta wait till 408. Just how long does it take? You consolidate for 4 hours and then last bit of the day. Grab some more 406s. Let him ride. Yeah, the anti-short movement is exciting. Hopefully it's legit. It's not just a way to pump. Yeah. Yeah, but is it going crazy on that announcement because shorts are closing, or just from momentum because people think it's going to go crazy? That's the thing. Like, is there, how big of a short position is there on here? From what we can see, it's tiny. It's basically nothing, which doesn't, of course, mean a whole lot, but just based on the price action on the chart, it definitely seems like there's a serious short on there with these spikes. Now it's just been getting dumped on. I want something I like to do it though, like HLBZ. But I want them to be legit and not just pump and dump. Dude, the volume on HLBZ though? What in the world? That volume was insane. 698 million? What the? Alright, I need to get some HLBZ. The float is only 150 million? Oh my gosh. What's GNS is a really small float. 269 million. I think this is actually higher. Yeah, that's higher percentage, isn't it? But 10 million float. Yeah. That's even more spectacular. Well, maybe Birds will take my investor relations email serious. I should email him again and say, look at HLBZ. Do it, do it. I don't care if you're pumping and dumping, you're not gonna do anything. Just say that you're gonna do it. Please, please, just tell them. Tell the people what they want to hear. $130 to $240. We were getting that in 1 year. There were places in Austin that were getting that. Well, yeah. Yeah, they were getting that in like 1 year. I don't know all the Austin suburbs, but I know some places were doubling in a year. Denver, doubling in a year. Florida, doubling or even tripling in a year. Like places in my South Florida, they were getting like 3x a year. Yeah, we're in a bubble. Yeah, there's a bubble. Short everything. Go crazy on FOMO. Yeah, so like at what point is it over? And there's not really big short squeeze going on. It's just complete pump and dump. I just want Birds to pump and dump. Or just pump. But I'll take anything. Like, 6.5. Maybe this isn't shorted though? Like those others? It must be. This is just part of the SPAC curse actually. Which is some sort of basket of manipulated stocks. I can't not believe. Wasn't HLBZ a SPAC too? Yeah. It's just a more mature SPAC. It's lived much longer. It started to have some spikes. So maybe Birds will start having this after enough time. Speaking of, I have Birds contracts good till canceled. Always open to buy and sell in this chain. Curious how these hold up once the SPY starts coming down pretty heavy. BBBY holding up well, 7% still. See. Russia to supply gasoline to Pakistan for first time by land. Independent refiner Fort Invest has agreed sale of 1,000 tons. Apple devising software to help anyone build AR apps to drive headset sales. Huh. This bill is called the Pelosi Act. Senator Josh Hawley has introduced the Pelosi Act, a bill to ban stock trades by lawmakers and spouses. She's the one doing it? That figures. She lost 300,000 on her Roblox calls. Just let them expire worthless. True degen. So here is the first red on the 30. Well, you've got 20 minutes, I guess, till it closes. It holds over this 405 the next hour. Holds over 405? Or just holds over. Are you looking at moving averages? Or just literally the candles and the colors? All right, I'm gonna get some EVTL. A little starter position here. Okay, and then what else do I want to help is my plan with EVTL is probably swing trade it for now. But I might be holding it for a bit. I'll wait on HLBZ for now. I still have to remember the market's been pumping, so it's much easier for these to rally. What's the... At 500,000? That gas moved back down to VWAP. Those 700 turned into 260. But I'm in it for the longer rally if it'll make it happen. Just the candles. 5, 15, and 30. My EVTL didn't get filled. Okay. I got filled on my EVTL. Let's read this tinfoil. Bonus. Today, billionaire Ryan Cohen tweeted that he bought the turtleneck. Okay, keep going. And finances typically means bonds that nobody else wanted to buy, the BBBY bonds, which would explain the $400 price increase of those bonds. Today, the 2044 bonds were paid a day early, evidencing that the company has avoided any prospect of bankruptcy and the deal is lined up. His previous tweet, Ryan Cohen tweeted that he bought all the stocks, posted the number 407 in the same time 10 seconds, and there are only 10 seconds of a day during which BBI was 407. I saw that. I mean, I like it. I wish it would all come to fruition. I saw the interview with Ryan Cohen though, and I think he's just a businessman. I don't think he's trying to rule the world with being coy and cryptic. I'd like to be proved wrong though. That means GME is going to go insane also. Further, yesterday, 8 Bed Bath & Beyond insiders converted their restricted stock units around $5 per share. These restricted awards vest over a period of time. The conversion to cash means that an equity buyer has purchased the entire company. Board members do not carry over into the new ownership, but shareholders do. In similar fashion, a day or two before Redbox's merger acquisition sent Redbox stock up 1,000% on the M&A announcement. Their 7 insiders converted their restricted stock units. This is a routine step in today's merger acquisitions and leads me to conclude that Ryan Cohen, either himself or through one of his ventures or companies, has acquired Bed Bath & Beyond, its brand, stores, websites, and apps, the Bye Bye Baby brand, and all the other valuable subsidiaries and brands. BBY may have completed the deal on January 20th. 4 days to share the news means today, January 26th, for possible acquisition news. Wow, it was news that they defaulted on their debt. With or without this immediate news tomorrow, BBY shareholders will be substantially rewarded by evidence that the share price, if it wasn't short sold by over 178 million, would be an order of magnitude higher. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. What do you got here for me? Vertical? Oh, this is a 6K. In Japan with Asia's first eVTOL delivery slot reservation fee. Wait, Vertical Aerospace progresses launch plans in Japan with Asia's first eVTOL delivery slot reservation fee. So is this just tricky wording? Is this the first delivery slot reservation fee from Marubian Corporation in Asia? I think it's his first delivery slot reservation in Japan. You know what I mean? 741, baby. Spy's coming down here. It would be a shame if it didn't hit 408 and I never got my short. Spy is now red. BY's holding up. Raging Bull. Oh, it's coming down here. You have 12 of those ESs? Mark covering it this morning. Plausible to say that BBBY will fluctuate between 2.3 and 2.8 today. Hold steady. I really don't know. Yeah, I suppose it won't get any more volatile than this. It'll just kind of trade in a range. If there's no news by end of day, yeah, quite possible. Um, let's see. All right, 22 likes. Pretty good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. So, see if SPY bounces on this. One of these pre-market highs. Thanks, David. We get an inverted hammer, then that is a bearish candle. Natural gas coming down. GME just kind of holding out. EVTL still picking up a little volume there. That's good. Okay, SPY broke through that support. Let's see what happens next here. How quickly, if it makes it down to a pre-market low. Yeah, people getting HKD. Yeah, it'll pop this morning on it. Seems like single digits on HKD might be a good buy for super sketchy, no reason pump play. Thank you, Access. Thank you. That is pretty special, Ace. You're pretty special. Got 3 of those nat gases. EVTL holding up nice, but VWAP. Hope is coming down some. GNS coming down some. Yeah, probably good to just wait till next week at least to position on these. Even EVTL I might be soon, but possible it just has a 1-day pump, I suppose, so. Okay, SPY's coming down a little bit more. Next support's at 403, I'd say, 403.14. Oh, nat gas, come on, baby. I guess I should have taken profits on that nat gas. It's crazy. I don't want to like scalp trade this thing, but it just had a $600 swing. Eyes coming down, 403.14 I see next. Maybe today's not a big green Friday, I don't know. A candle like that would definitely look like a topping candle. Bold. BBBY holding that level. If I wanted to go long in BBY, I would probably sell puts. But I don't want to at this point. I mean, unless if there was like news and it's going to rally, then I'd probably buy shares. But that IV is insane. I guess that's the same day. Yeah, 300%. It's still super high. So. But it could very easily go to 0 and then stuck.
The rest of the market as well. So I think the market's a little bit on pins and needles.
There's this
around
white teeth guy.
Things, Oliver,
his teeth matches earbuds. Well, it's crazy.
We should be.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe they're fake.
Apple next week maybe will be somewhat of the tiebreaker here, as the S&P not quite getting to 41, but is above 4,000. I've heard technicians tell us that 41 matters. Then others have said 4,000 matters. So I guess we're right in the middle here. Thanks, George and Scott, for the thoughts. Trading 360 with Nicole Pedalides is coming up next. Let's finish off the week at 2 p.m. Central Time. I will see you then for Market on Close.
Stop the music. Here's your bounce. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna hit a new high today on the SPY. Made yet another RSI divergence on the hourly from here to here. It was bearish. Made what? This one back here, and then it dropped. GME is coming down here. Only down 1.8%. Bed Bath holding strong at 4. AI is up 10%. This chart looks pretty nice. AXB is up 10%. Up. Where did we make money on up? I somehow made money on this rally. Yeah, that was when one of you guys pointed out in chat on accident. Yeah, because it lined up with the daily time frame. That's what I look at usually. I'm like, oh, it looks nice. Yeah, it was this. Is actually this move right here.
Another winning week in a row, making it 4 for the NASDAQ and 3 out of 4 for the Dow and the S&P. Here's a look at the numbers today. The Dow right now is down 64 points at 33,885. The S&P sitting at a level of 4053, down 6 points, but for the week up 2%. The NASDAQ is up almost 12 points now at 12,000, noting that 12,000 level. 12,064, and for the week, the NASDAQ is up 3.8%. The Russell down 0.25% today. Now let's check out some of the futures products. Here's a look. Right now we are seeing gold at $19.24 a troy ounce, down $6. Bitcoin 23,085, down 250, losing 1%. The dollar 101.96, up 1/3 of 1%, and oil at 80.53 the barrel, down 0.5 of 1%. For some of the top moving stocks today, this Friday morning, I'm joined by Jenny Horn. She's kicking it off here, markets correspondent here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Looking at the latest earnings reports, what are you taking a look at?
So we'll start things off with, I'd say, the worst of the two here, Nicole, and that is Intel. Intel shares are down 7.5% in reaction to their fourth quarter report. And this fourth quarter marked the end to what has been one of the roughest years that Silicon Valley has seen in a while, and since really the dot-com bubble burst back in 2001. But Intel did post revenue that fell for the year about 20%, which did mark, again, its worst annual decline we've really seen since 2001, with fourth quarter revenue falling specifically 32% from a year ago. And this recent downturn was really driven by shrinking sales in both its PC unit and its data center unit.
I know, I've been
now
getting,
they both
I've been
continued their
crushed on my puts.
downtrend throughout
don't know why.
2022, resulting in this fourth quarter top and
We're up a little bit
line,
now, up 20%.
bottom line missing street forecasts pretty sizably. They did
idiot,
also
though.
warn their data center market will
Nat gas came
continue
back
to
down. Should've
contract
just taken
in
profits.
the first half of this year. Although
Things volatile.
it was not all doom and gloom, CapEx was a bright spot, totaled around $25 billion for the quarter, which was up 33% from a year ago. Intel did also declare a quarterly dividend of about 36 cents a share. This will be payable on March 1st, but they do expect to still hit their target of $3 billion in cost reductions for 2023. Another bright spot for the company, but sellers are really piling on here as we've seen losses steepen throughout the day. Now the average rating among analysts is about a hold, with price targets ranging across the board from about $17 all the way to over $60. Right now we're trading just below 28, but another painful
There we go, a little
quarter
eVTOL
for
breakout.
Intel, which
I
perhaps
like it.
could signal some weakness for other names like Nvidia and AMD, although Nvidia is still hanging on to its gains for the day.
Yeah, you see, there's really no love. There are no buy ratings, a lot of neutrals and equal weights and such, and that miss times two. The one saving grace has been the dividend. People love the dividend of Intel. We'll see if they can keep that up and keep that free cash flow up. Thank you for that. How about a look at Chevron? So much talk about the buyback program. $75 billion announced yesterday. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts on Chevron today.
Right, a completely different story in Chevron, and I have to say I'm a bit surprised by the fact that shares are down about 4% in reaction to what was a pretty strong report from the energy company, the second largest energy company really after Exxon. Now, they did hit an annual profit of about $35 billion in 2022, as oil was also then pushed to multi-year highs. Chevron shares did close out 2022 up 50%. Now, this was more than double the prior year and about 1/3 higher than its previous record dating back to 2011. Almost $50 billion in cash did stem from their oil leveraged operations, which was another record for the company. They also posted substantially higher fourth quarter adjusted earnings from a year ago, totaling $4.09 a share, and they see production growth really led by their Permian profits, their shale, as well as their tight assets. They do intend to be a steady buyer of shares across various commodity cycles, they said, and expect to maintain buybacks at the top end of their guidance for the first quarter, and said they're positioned to return more cash to shareholders if energy levels sustain where they currently are. They do plan to pay investors this new $75 billion share repurchase, like you mentioned. Big news yesterday. We saw a nice
BBY is
pop
really
in
flat.
shares in reaction.
Strange
But
lack of
that
volatility.
payout, just to put into perspective how large it is, $75 billion marks the market value of Target, Moderna, and Airbnb combined. So pretty massive deal for the company and its shareholders. But we've seen U.S. oil prices now sort of
Spike
fall
coming
off,
back
about
up here.
34% down from its peak back in 2022. So for that
Really
reason,
just bouncing off
the
that
company
9.
is adjusting accordingly. They did say they plan to spend about $17 billion in CapEx for this year, which is $3 billion less than they had initially planned to spend pre-pandemic. So they are adjusting accordingly. Wasn't all positive, but all in all, a pretty solid report, even with shares now lower in reaction.
Yeah, and you know, with the record
Dinosaurs in
$3.5
here.
billion in annual profit and the $75 billion buyback, they're certainly coming under the microscope in Washington. You have some lawmakers looking really closely at what's been going on there at Chevron. We'll continue to talk about that, I'm sure. Jenny
Next
Horn,
leg up
thank
on
you,
here.
markets correspondent. Appreciate a good look at Intel
Right there, where
and
was that?
Chevron this morning. Let's get some insights on the news shaping the markets. And for that,
260.
we welcome in Stephen Orr, Chief Strategy Officer of Money.net. Thanks for being with us. So another winning week. I almost want to rub my eyes because when you have the S&P up 3 out of 4 weeks, the NASDAQ up 4 straight weeks in a row, and you know,
And
the
280.
Dow on the longest winning streak since October, you have to wonder what's going on.
Well, congratulations on the new studio, TD Ameritrade Network, by the way. That's a great place. Loving it. You know, I've been telling you on your show, look, it's been buy the dip mentality. It's been strong, Nicole. And but I'm going to tell you something a little bit different than everybody wants to hear. I have sold about 25% of my portfolio off today, actually. I think that the Fed is coming out. Yeah, the Fed's coming out and next week. And I don't think people are going to hear what they want to hear, right? Yeah, it's already baked into this market. but the Fed has kind of been telling you that look, we're no longer we're not doves yet, and
like
there's no
288
pivot yet. But
better.
the only pivoting that I'm seeing in the markets right now, Nicole, is definitely pivoting in where we're debating one place, and that is where good news is now becoming good news and bad news is now bad news.
At 350.
You're seeing housing market numbers ticking up. You're starting to see consumer confidence ticking up, and that's becoming good news. In the past, that good news was actually bad news in hopes that the pivot will happen within the slowing down the hikes. And
nice
of
little
course,
vacuum
I
up to
still believe we're
350.
going to have 25 basis point hikes in both the one coming up in February and the one in March. And I think we're done, and I think that's baked in. But I think it's not about that. I think it's about what Jay Powell
almost at that
is going to say
million
to us.
volume
He's not going to be
sweet
happy.
spot.
He wasn't happy back in June when he said there's going to be a little bit of pain, and we felt that pain.
GME probably breaks that 1940 today.
You know, we're not done yet. We may have to continue raising rates, and I don't think people want to hear that, but that's the truth of the matter.
I also want to hear about what you sold off. You said you sold off about 25% of your portfolio. Did you do it methodically? What did you sell off? Did you sell off things that were doing better?
Yeah, you know, look, my portfolio is up 34.8% year to date, so I'm pretty happy, right? And in all honesty, it's all about taking some profit, taking a little bit off the top and saying, hey, you know what? We've had a heck of a run. I'm enjoying this. On your last two shows, I told you about JetBlue. JetBlue's up 34%. Again, I took a lot of that off today because I like taking profit, Nicole.
That makes sense. So JetBlue, 34%. Any tech names? Because a lot of the NASDAQ, for example, year to date is up over 10%.
Tesla's hitting that resistance today.
You're taking a little off the table?
167.
Yeah, 2 shows ago, I told you about NVIDIA. I thought NVIDIA was going to be hot.
That's where I kind of thought it'd climb to.
Made a great run to over 200 here. Yeah, again today, I took some profit off on NVIDIA here. I took some off on AMD, some Apple, some Google, a lot of things. And I'll tell you what, one thing people need to realize is ChatGPT is coming pretty quickly, and it may hurt the profits of Google. We know that Microsoft put $10 billion into ChatGPT for a reason.
Yeah. Let's touch on some of these things and themes. I know you have Matterport, which I guess could go into the technology realm. JetBlue, you mentioned that you sold off some. Would you still buy some here? I mean, to add, or I know you sold some.
Yeah, no, with JetBlue is an amazing job. We saw them beating, Southwest to the punch, but no, I think JetBlue, I'm going to keep what I have of it and let it run for a while. But to be honest with you, I think
to glean. That's a good word.
Pretty much over for a little while.
I see. And then what about the other name here, Matterport?
Doesn't matter a whole lot because
that's very interesting. We're seeing housing
moves
numbers
like
ticking
this
up, but they're not quite at the level of the pandemic, right? And so companies like Berkshire
there's still a lot of liquidity on the options.
They're going to have to push a little bit harder. They're not going to be able to live on just selling, right, houses. So what's going to happen is this 3D modeling company that they scan the inside of your home and they make it a lot easier to be able to do a walkthrough of it. But it's not just that, right? We can upgrade the 3D real visualizations of think about it.
4,200. I don't remember what it was before, but that's pretty light on the 2.5. You'd want it over 3.
With John Deere,
and
they have
the
a
money
product
would
called
be good.
Digital Twin.
But Gamma Ramp and all that's going to be dead.
Area yourself. You don't even need a professional. You can also
there's
hire
not some
them,
bullish news going on.
They have a new product called Digital Twin.
Counter
I really like that.
Bearish news.
One of the cool things about Matterport also is over the last 3 quarters, they've had earnings surprises to the upside. And the price of the stock has sold off. And look, I think that the earnings are coming out.
Borrow fee on GME is the same. 500,000 shares, so they borrowed some shares.
Buying opportunity here right under
Max
350.
pain on GME is 20.
I have added MTTR to my portfolio here.
I see. Okay.
Max pain on BBBY is 350. So
Zillow, Remax, and such have to turn to this pick, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you have a situation where housing, these numbers are picking up, but not quite at the level of the pandemic, and people's housing prices are coming down, so sellers are getting a little bit nervous, so they want to sell. It's becoming a buyer's market again, because that buyer's market,
this guy's bullish on
Matterport. To do something a little bit better, and they're doing that. And I think now one of the other cool things about Matterport that you might want to look at, and I don't usually buy companies based on a buyout potential, but I could easily see companies like Google, NVIDIA, or Adobe looking at them very closely for a while.
interesting. Imagine you got that right. That would be crazy. Stephen Orr, I wrote it down just in case. Nice to see
Million
you.
volume on EBTL.
And congratulations to you.
It has happened.
34%
SPY kind of consolidating at these lows.
So far, so
Looks like a bear flag to
Stephen
me,
Orr,
but
thank you.
again, it is Friday, and we've had
Plenty more to come
5
right
Fridays
here
in a
on
row. They're
Trading
big green
360.
days.
Our 360 Spotlight takes a look
Maybe
at
we break the trend
airlines.
today.
What investors learned
I don't know.
from this week's batch of earnings that we saw. Our disruptor is Nexstar Media, raising dividend 50%.
Yeah, if BBBY could close over 3, that would be pretty bullish for that options chain. But yeah, I mean, we might get news over the weekend. Maybe good, maybe bad. Kathy Wood says she's as bullish on Tesla as she's ever been. See, stock up 5-fold in 5 years. I don't think that's too far-fetched, honestly. I think it's going to come down to about less than half where it's at right now, though, first. Professional bag holder. Hey, she was good. When money was hot, she did well. Is oil dropping? That's the first sign of our... Oh, yep, that's the first sign of the market probably coming down. Gotta see oil start dropping. Yeah. Dollar's starting to climb up. It's all happening. Should buy those GME puts. I mean, this is the level. So if it breaks here, it might be a pretty big day to the downside. Right? Is that 1940? But it might bounce here and you get another entry. The way I see it, at least. SPY is just wicking here, pretty big.
Thanks for being with us. It's time for the big 3. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein will take us through the charts.
Lichtenstein.
Take us through the trades. Joel Hawthorne, head trader, CEO, TheMorningSnapshot.com. Good Friday morning to you both. So, Joel, let's kick it off. Zoom video. I can't wait to hear what you have to say. It's trading around 71.90 today. I'm looking forward to hearing what you're thinking here.
Good morning, Nicole. Good morning, Ben. Always a pleasure. Happy Friday. Looking at the chart, I think that right now we know that Zoom touched that low there of 63.55 back in December. But I think right now we're kind of on a bit of a grinding uptick, if you would, trading right now about 71.92. And I think right now that a lot of these names that we've seen that were really benefiting from some of the pandemic and some of a lot of these names that have been beaten down since
All right, SPY's moving back up.
some of those restrictions have loosened and lightened quite a bit. A lot of them are getting a bid, and because of that, I think that they are buyers in the market. There's optimism in the market, so I do want to stick my toe in the water, being bullish here.
All right, so you see some opportunities. Tell us a little bit more, Ben. What do you think about when you take a look at this chart?
Nicole, Joel, I see a well-defined trend environment off the highs that we saw last fall into that DC low that Joel mentioned. Let's take a look. First and foremost, from 89.90, middle of November, all the way down to, again, 63. You can see in this instance, this is a good example of what we've been looking at a lot this week, right? Some of these really well-defined areas of consolidation separated by the vertical separation, the horizontal coming back into play, and just the wash, rinse, repeat, which sets up, again, 3 areas of consolidation, 87, 74, 68. Now, I want to point out, look at this, from 89 down to 63, the middle of that range being right around 76. And I'm going to get into that in a second, why that's important. But first, take note of how we kind of tapered off after that high conviction to the downside. Basically, since middle of December, we've been kind of hovering again around this 68 level with a pretty well-defined upper and lower extreme, 72, 63. Now, trying to break out of that upper extreme here right now as we speak, but I reminded you again of that number that I just mentioned, 76. Well, take a look at this, and the reason I bring that to your attention is we look at the daily time frame. You can see the move that we just looked at, part of that longer-term trend that's been playing out, right? It's not just since the middle of November that this stock has been coming under pressure. You can see Zoom from, well, we're looking at 588 end of 2020 into the lows that Joel mentioned, again, around 63. But I mentioned 76, and why is that key? Well, take a look at this. Here you can see, first and foremost, again, areas of consolidation separated by vertical development. So you've got a very well-defined trend.
We're getting a bounce here. See if Jimmy reacts more than
was
this.
An area that we kind of formed value around 269, 192, wash, rinse, repeat, all the way down to 76, and that's the area, again, that we're kind of consolidating around right now. So 76 is a bit of a pivotal area for us to watch.
EU closes
it's the middle of the balance
in like
range
10
that we've been
minutes or
forming,
so.
basically going back to August, talking September of last year. Let's take a step back
Timed
away
it
from that.
just with the
Look at
SPY.
the daily candles, that trend environment to the downside. Just kind of zoom in on some of the price activity over the last year.
18.5,
We're hanging out
nice.
right at the 50-day moving average this week. So this move
Yeah, I've
gets
got
us to a
20s.
key area
I much
here
prefer
in terms
being
of,
in the money.
an area that we struggle to get above as of recent, but still well below anything that's going to indicate anything in terms of reversal of trend. Still holding below the 200-day moving average. And look at this, the RSI just kind of unenthused in terms of this move up, not really showing much in terms of exhibiting much in terms
This
of
little head and
initiative
shoulders
type
forming.
activity to the upside. So
Shoulder,
yeah, a little
head,
bit of
shoulder.
a reversal in terms of trend on the short term, but the longer term trend still continues to be under pressure.
Yeah, and as you were showing it, I mean, it was such a treasure. It was such a darling during the pandemic. And as we see it coming down, it started to really feel dismal. But now we have some, I guess, some new hope at least here. Joel?
Yeah, so that is exactly why this is a name that, as I mentioned, I want to kind of stick my toe in the water.
Oh, that's true. Never mind.
It does seem like there is a little bit of hope.
Yeah,
because of that, I want to be bullish, but I'm going to be cautiously bullish.
Good call.
I'm not going to play the breakout per se. I'm going to sell the 66 put, simultaneously buying the 63 put that expires here February 24th. Looking to collect about 60 cents of a credit, break even is 65.40. So that 63 put that I'm using as insurance by buying it while by selling the 66, that 63 aligns with that low that we talked about that Ben showed on the chart of 63.55. So this is a trade that I'll have on until Feb 24th, and we'll see what happens. I just needed to stay above 65.40 between now and then in order to potentially make a profit.
Right. Okay. All right. I mean, it's sort of fun to talk about Zoom because it was such an exciting name when it came on board, and then it seems to have been forgotten. So I'm glad you brought it back to us. Now, one we've been talking about a lot is Netflix, especially as they've been adding more and more subs. Tell me a little bit about what you're thinking here for Netflix.
Absolutely. This is just one of those that, after earnings, we've seen the street like it. We've seen some institutional upgrades. We've seen some good news out of Netflix. This Netflix has been on a tear since trading down to a low of about 273. If you would, back in December, right after the holiday, it's just really been on a massive upside move. So I don't want to necessarily chase those highs as well because we're trading 363 and change right now. Maybe we do get a little bit of a pullback, but I do think there's still some bullish optimism there as well. So this is one that's definitely I'm watching extremely closely.
Yeah, understood. What do you think here, Ben? I mean, when you see it at 362?
Yeah, Joel mentioned a massive upside move. I'd have to second that emotion here in terms of what we've seen. Just the move this year from 275 up to the highs recently around 370. Nicole, this is a name we've been talking about a lot. And you can see why, right? I mean, this is a high conviction trade to the upside. It's pretty representative of what we've seen in terms of the broader market. And when I look at this, I see, again, a textbook example of those two well-defined phases that we look for, right? And we want to see these areas because they help us base working assumptions on trend, and they help us provide structure for trade in terms of providing validity or invalidating working assumptions. You can see again 287, 295. I'm just calling out some of these areas where we kind of paused along the way. Currently around 360 after trading up to 370 this week, but no rejection of this trend environment to the upside that we've been seeing. Taking a step away from this intraday look at price
Zoom is like going along with Peloton.
Candles going all the way
Maybe
back
not quite
to, again,
that bad,
the
but
end of December to the highs that we saw this week. I just want to point out, we talked about this earlier in the week, how, you know, again,
don't want to see a break here to the upside if it's going to
why? Because they help us establish trend. They help us establish key areas to position ourselves, whether you want to participate in or counter trend and trade this product, but they also help us determine when trend's no longer present. Now, this move we just looked at in terms of the run up here that we've seen since January, just part of the bigger picture move that's been actually playing out since last summer, bottomed out May, June, July, kind of a triple bottom around that 150 level. And look, it's been climbing higher since. Now, not necessarily the final nail in the coffin in terms of the bear market scenario. You really need to get up above and through the middle of balance area number 3 for that 400, but this is not what the bears wanted to see while we were forming 4. They were looking for 5 to form at a lower level, and look what's happened. It formed higher, and then that move that we just talked about this week, breaking out up and through 350. This is, again, another flag flying for the bears here, but again, the key level is going to be that 425-ish, 400 area. Let's keep an eye on that. Lastly, checking in on where things stand above the 50, above the 200-day moving average. RSI is somewhat supportive of this move up here, so something to watch in the coming days and weeks. Again, not what the bears wanted to see, Nicole, but this has been playing out for a while, basically since these lows we saw back around 150, 160 back in April and last summer.
And there's been a lot of talk about Netflix and Disney and how all the ad dollars, while there may be fewer ad dollars, they'll be going to Netflix and Disney for the most part. Joel, final thoughts here on Netflix or some of the streamers in general?
Yeah, I think I really like how Ben said what the Bears were looking for, that, if you would, a retest of some of that lower pocket. And I think that is a bigger narrative for a lot of names right now. We entered the new year with a lot of concern and conversation about how we were possibly going to revisit the lows from October of last year. And as we can see, bears are kind of having to lick their wounds right now, especially in a name like Netflix. So don't want to chase these highs because,
breaking out.
You know, sometimes these trades do get a bit overcrowded. I'm going to sell the 347.50 put expiring February 3rd. I'm going to buy the 342.50 put as insurance, collect a credit of about 85 cents, break even 346.65. So even if this trade does get a bit overcrowded and we start to see a bit of regression to the downside, I am still giving myself a little bit of room with a 346.65 break even. So we'll see what happens.
Well, thank you for that. And referencing our great charts by Ben Lichtenstein. That's why we love having him on to go through these. How about last but not least, Coinbase? Of course, Coinbase got hit hard as Bitcoin sold off after the whole FTX fallout. It's been moving back higher off those lows of $31 recently. Now what?
Well, you know, ultimately it's because I have some bullish sentiment here with Netflix and with Zoom. Looking at Coinbase is a name that I do watch because, quite frankly, I know how they're tied to the crypto market, being a crypto exchange, if you would. Not a proxy for Bitcoin.
That cash just bounced off that low. I tried to go back long on that bounce,
but the volatility around Bitcoin has kind of been trading around that 23 level as of late. I want to see if Coin can maybe either
trading this range now. I had my stop and I actually closed out before
level, or maybe even
take
65.
losses.
So I'm a bit bearish. I think that Coin may potentially run out of steam here in the short term, and maybe even consolidate here because it has been on a tear to the
Dollar's
upside
coming
since
down
hitting
now.
a low of 31. You know, so we'll see what happens here. Definitely, I'm definitely curious to see how this plays out, especially with Bitcoin's momentum as of late.
Okay, so that's how he's feeling. He's going and making the bets here. What do you think, Ben?
You and Joel both referenced that $31 level, so I think that's a great place to begin, and that's where I have the hourly time frame queued up. You can see that low from 31.55 all the way up to 57.74, the highs this week, an attempt to break out and you can see a very well-defined trend environment to the upside. I've got some of those areas of consolidation where the market paused along the way, kind of highlighted here. You can see recently around 52, and this is a vertical move up, right? So we're waiting to see, where do we pause next? Do we continue here, higher highs, higher lows, that high conviction trade, and do we eventually start to balance out, or we just kind of roll over here and just continue consolidating around 52? That's possible. We could get a false breakout here, but the bulls are looking for conviction to follow through. This is the move that we saw after some of those worst case scenarios. Nicole, you mentioned the FTX, the bankruptcy, the debacle, and that didn't really come to fruition, right? Taking a look at what's going on in terms of like that widespread contagion, it didn't as of yet, knock on wood.
Antonio
Hopefully it won't.
Banderas.
But actually, let's just go back to this chart here real quick, because I wanted to point out in terms of the possibility of that kind of bigger picture range just forming if we fail up here. Again, we got a lower extreme around 48, but we always talk about the ranges we're forming, significance of the middle. Look what happened again. We saw high conviction come off the test of the middle there this week, Thursday, and today we're seeing a big move up here. You can see this stock again enjoying gains up 8 3/4%, with the broader market kind of really struggling to see that much enthusiasm. Now, back to that daily time frame, you can see the move we just looked at from 31 back up to these levels we're trading right now, a small blip on the radar in terms of the longer term trend. We're going all the way back to, we're talking the spring of 2021, and look at this here. We're talking downside momentum to say the least, right? And I've got it identified here in terms of some of the areas, again, that we kind of formed on the way down. You can see a consolidation around 315-ish, we'll call it. I've got it highlighted as number 1. Number 2 forms around 200 in this most recent area around, we'll call it 80. So again, in this instance, yeah, we're getting a little bit of a lift here, but man, we've got some big room to the upside here before I think you can determine that this one's out of the woods at this point. Still looking at this range that we're forming. Again, we'll call it 130 down to that $30 level. I think that's going to be significance. In this range, again, we've been forming all the way since May. Taking a look here, though, at where things stand in terms of the 50, the 200, the move that we just looked at, 31.50 up to current levels, we're trading 57 right now. We're above the 50-day moving average, kind of pinched here below the 200. RSI, again, it's extended to the upside here, but as I look at this chart here, you've got these spike highs that we saw back last summer to keep an eye on before you can get really excited about coin. That's up around 120.
I'm not excited about coin.
Okay. That's good stuff, and I like that long-term chart. It reminds us of how this one was also really wild. Final thoughts, Joel?
Wild.
Absolutely. Piggybacking off of what you said, this one was really wild.
Thank you guys
Yes,
for your
it
likes.
was
We're at 29. I
indeed.
appreciate it.
High prices there going back a year or so, give or take. But you know, I think there'll be a challenge to get there. We'll need a lot of we'll need much more retail investors, I think, having a lot of confidence in Bitcoin again and crypto again. And I think a lot of people are still looking at rooms from a bit of the sell-off here that
Oh,
we've
that's
experienced
nice.
in the past year. So because of that, I'm going to be slightly
It is
bearish.
David.
I'm going to sell the 65 call, expires February 3rd, buying the 68 call that expires February 3rd. I'm going to be using those
I haven't bought back
levels
into
like
HLBZ, no.
mentioned, right? We have
I got some
swing
Evatol.
highs there going back
I need to
until
put that in
October,
trades.
November. So that's how that trade is structured. Collecting 22 cents. Break even is 65.22.
I haven't gotten back into
this one is a bit
HLBZ. I'm gonna wait
aggressive
because
we do have.
I'm not sure how
some
much of the
momentum
market
rallying
or
to
how
the
much of these
upside.
stocks
I'm
is
kind of
being
baiting that rally to the
how
upside
much is
right
being
now,
pushed up
but,
from the SPY,
again,
and I
we'll
think
see if,
the SPY might be hitting a
coin
top
maybe
today.
consolidates here or runs out a bit of a steam in the short term.
All right. Joel Hawthorne, thank you on a Friday. Really appreciate it. And Ben Lichtenstein.
GME melting up.
Big
Not
three.
melting up.
Joel
What are you talking about?
Hawthorne, head trader and CEO.
It's hanging out at that support.
Snapshot.com and our own Ben Lichtenstein.
You were looking at
those
SPY.
great
You're
charts,
confused.
Zoom Video, Netflix, and Coinbase.
You met Antonio
Thank
and
you, gentlemen.
Salma.
Coming up next, we're going to spotlight the
Amarachi.
airlines and what's going on with travel
No
demand,
way.
the trends that we are
That's pretty
seeing
cool.
so far for
He's short?
2023. More Trading 360
That's
right after
funny. I
the
wouldn't have
break.
thought of that. Dang it! I missed this nat gas pump and dump and pump. Ugh. By breaking that VWAP, breaking out of that head and shoulders. Yeah, it's going to 408. It's going. One step at a time. Looking at that 30-minute helped. Shout out Hurricane Buildings. Just find the moving average it's bouncing on. 30 minutes been solid since 2 days ago. Jimmy to 408. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, actually, Jamie might get down there. That's funny. Oh. BBY 0.408. It was 408 all along, wasn't it? The RC tweet was it 407. So maybe it's all 407. Yeah, Jamie's bouncing off of that 1940.
Earnings and a lot more next week as well. Quick look here at the markets. You can see that the Dow is at 33,978, gaining 29 points. The S&P at 4,066, up 6. The Nasdaq up 0.5% at 12,116. That is up over 10% this year. And the Russell is down 0.1%. Now for a look at developing stories this morning, I'd like to bring in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the TD Ameritrade Network, taking a look at Apple ahead of its earnings, but some interesting news from Evercore ISI. They're giving an interesting reason to become optimistic on this name. Tell us a little bit about that.
Definitely, they are actually optimistic on Apple's March guide. They do believe that they will beat the street's expectations, and that is because of some of the luxury players that are in the space here for luxury goods, especially that have reported recently, like Moet Hennessy, Louis Vuitton, had upbeat China outlook here that they reported yesterday, as well as Burberry providing some comments around China and the promising growth that they could potentially have as well. So they are believing that because of these luxury good providers are going to also have great guidance, that's also going to translate into Apple's earnings as well. And they do expect Apple's loss that they had in December quarterly sales will actually recover in March because of the increased confidence that they see out in China as well. So they're trying to really utilize the luxury market to be able to project what Apple may do here in the near future. That's why they are keeping their outperform rating as well as their price target of $190 on the stock at this point.
All right, thank you for that. Kevin Green, great to see you. Really appreciate it. I see the $190 target, certainly one to watch. Thank you for that. It is time now for our spotlight on airlines. With more on that, David Nelson's with us, Chief Strategist at Bell Point Asset Management, to take a look at a group that has had a mixed bag. We had those horrid headlines pertaining to Southwest Airlines. Weather's always an issue, and some travel demand that has been great. What are you thinking here? What's your big picture?
I think you hit on the big picture, and you just hit on it. They're really only one crisis away from a bankruptcy, and that's been the history of airlines since their inception. You know, as for the earnings, you know, obviously Southwest, they missed on almost every line item. Not surprisingly, yet 11 analysts lowered their target on the stock. They've got to spend a lot of money to get their systems up to speed. In that last winter storm, it looked like their crew planning software wasn't up to the task, and in fact, from what union officials say, that the phones weren't even working, so some real challenges there. A better picture was perhaps American. They had a much cleaner quarter, a bottom line beat, an in-line revenue, but for the challenge for American is they've got a monstrous debt load, $11 billion market cap, $34 billion in debt. They're going to have to do something about that.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, we know that they've been pulling in and raising funds. I mean, that's why a lot of these names have had a lot of debt, but there are folks who feel that some of the names in the airline group are fine and not on the brink of bankruptcy, right?
Well, I don't know that they're levered up like more than 3 to 1. That's a fair amount. We've seen this before. And the airlines, look, we always get sucked into the trade here. They're always cheap. And they're cheap for a reason because they live in these boomer bust cycles. And look, they're fabulous trading stocks. American is up probably close to 30% just this month, but it can go down just as fast. So it's the cyclicality of it that always makes me skeptical here. And the airlines never seem to get religion. During the boom times, they just buy back tremendous amounts of stock, and when the first hiccup comes, regardless of what it is, they can't seem to survive, and they're forced to get a bailout.
All right, so at this point now, it's interesting that you still think there's some compelling valuation. And while you have these worries, there could be some opportunities here. Explain that.
Well, American, I think, is somewhere around 7 times forward earnings. They're going to go free cash flow positive this year, so they're going to have a pretty hefty free cash flow yield. Southwest financially is actually in better shape, but they've obviously haven't invested in their systems. They're going to have to spend a lot of money there. I think the bigger challenge for all the airlines is crew costs, how to get that down, and maybe the bright spot on that, Nicole, is the future. I'm a commercial pilot, and I can tell you the technology exists out there where you're not going to need 2 people in the cockpit. You're not going to need 2 pilots. Planes can already land themselves. Certainly some advanced aircraft already do that at some advanced airports. So I think at some point in the future aircraft will have just 1 pilot, and the backup will be a computer.
All right, well, that's good to know you're a commercial pilot. I didn't know that. You and I have spoken for years, and I didn't know you had that extra skill. Bonus. How about this, last but not least, just the
those teeth, man. Some more fake teeth.
What consumers will want, what will they do? Will there be business travel? Are people just going to say, hey, I don't care if I don't have a job or my credit card rates are higher, I'm still going to travel?
I think on the consumer side, that's very true. I think, consumers, they want to get out. They want to go to Disneyland. They want to go overseas. They want to go to Europe. I get that. But I think the business cycle won't be quite the same. It's going to be kind of nuanced. I think the hybrid community in business exists, and it's here to stay. It's not going to be all in. Maybe it's going to be the 4-day week work. You work 1 day at home. And frankly, the technology exists. You don't necessarily have to go to California to have that business meeting. You can have a virtual meeting. Yeah. So there'll be demand, but it'll just be less.
All right. Good to see you, David. Thank you so much. David Nelson, Chief Strategist at Mill Point Asset Management. Yeah, have a great weekend.
Yeah.
Coming up next, our disruptors. George Still is standing by. He's going to take a look at Nexstar Media. The ticker symbol is NXST. Raising the dividend by 50%, announcing a new TV rights deal. You're going to want to hear all about this. George Sillis has all the details. It's got some sports in it.
Hey, my NRGV shares are up. Positivo. Yeah, the charts look nice. Haven't sold. It's getting to that resistance though. Volume this day was crazy. SPY moving up. That gas just on a ping pong pattern. GME's volume today seems really low. Oh, EU just closed 10 minutes ago, so if that turns us direction. We broke VWAP and started rallying after EU closed. Excuse me, when was it? Yesterday. Very similar yesterday. This was EU closed yesterday. We're at the lows and just rallied the rest of the day. 408. 408. Yeah, I like the 30 minutes. Looking nice on it. GME is poppy. But no volume. I think it's of significance. U.S. Federal Reserve denies application of Custodia Bank to become a member of Federal Reserve System. Goldman Sachs to cut CEO David Solomon's compensation by about 30% to $25 million for 2022. A lot of volume on this 5-minute candle. I think he'll survive 25 mil a year. More than 1/3 of households use credit cards to cover daily expenses in December. An all-time record. Yeah, I think it'll at least retest that 406. But it is Friday. And we don't want to break the streak now. Yeah, GME waking up a little bit. Walk time? Oh. We might be up all week and find myself on the back. Be way up. But it might not get there till like end of day. Who knows? But we have started moving up. We have moved up ever since EU closed, pretty much like right here, right at VWAP too. So froggy.
Yeah, so ideally speaking, yeah, the golf deal that they actually have with LIV Golf is another catalyst for the business. But I think, you know, if you're looking to play the communications industry space in a more defensive capacity, this is certainly one to consider.
Some
Reason being
HKD buyers.
because, like I said, the local and regional advertising markets tend to be more stable. And it typically is the case because even if you watch TV, what I've noticed in the last year is you see a lot less national advertising and more local and regional advertising because of the fact that there's more predictability
not a bad play
in
TA
those
wise.
businesses.
You can have an RSI
again,
divergence
the
here,
national
just real
advertising
subtle.
companies have pulled back in total advertising spending in the last year because of the slowdown in the overall economy and consumption growth. So, like I said, it's not a growth company, but it is a very stable company from the standpoint of cash and income.
Really interesting.
You were behind?
We follow so closely, so thank you. This disruptor, NXST. Thank you, George. Have a nice weekend.
Oh, I see.
Coming up.
Yeah, it's easy. Just put limit sells and stop limits, right?
We already heard from some of them and got some great news.
Do one limit sell 406.63 and another one at 408.13.
Coming up right after this quick break on Trading 360.
But yeah, you do have to do some preparations. Fed funds futures prices continue to reflect expectations for 25 basis point rate hike next week. It might be a surprise if we get a 50 plus one more 25 basis point hike before stopping. Yeah, Fed fund futures. That's what's being priced in here. Coors taps DraftKings to build buzz for Super Bowl commercial. U.S. is reviewing relationship with Saudi, but not rupturing it. Consumers with higher credit scores benefit the most from credit cards with rewards because they tend to spend more money, thus earning more rewards, such as cash back or miles and pay on time, per the Federal Reserve. Oh, thank you for that. Tesla short squeeze in progress. It is up quite a bit. It broke through that support, but yeah, I guess has a little more room to go. Maybe up to 200. Maybe. Probably putting a pretty heavy upside weight on the SPY. Tesla ripping like that. Peloton's up 6%. Oh, you know risk is on when that's up. Almost at 406. Yep. And nat gas come back down. Thing is getting a ton of jumpy. Both directions. Most brokerages cap how high you set a limit order, though. To like a certain percentage above or below. With options, it's a little more tricky since it's the liquid. It's not just like a price. I would probably set it for just a little higher than this high hit on the options. That'd probably give you that 408 and give you enough time. If it doesn't get there for another couple hours, contract's not gonna be much higher probably than it was here this morning. Depending on, I guess, where you are, what strike. Dang, look at that tight consolidation. Here you go, just on a melt up mission. So if we break that, or if we don't break that high, that 408.13, and next week we start coming down, we'll have a divergence here on the RSI. On the weekly. Pretty long time frame. What, BuzzFeed's still rallying? Oh my gosh, man. Should have stayed in or gotten in this one. On this break right here. We watched it here. We're watching all here. That break would have been a nice one. Ooh. This thing's short squeezing. They're gonna go after short sellers also. Like EVTL is coming down. Yep. But we did hit our 1.3 million today. It's only 12. So might get some more on this one today, or maybe wait for Monday. Peloton.
You know, higher end spender, better credit quality generally, and the guidance was, you know, meaningfully higher than the consensus. So I think that's a, you know, real positive story here. Also the rebound in travel and entertainment, you know, categories, corporate travel.
Coin is on a rip.
Visa by itself, however, is, you know, is also guiding some, you
Breaking
know,
out of that
pretty good
resistance.
numbers, 15% for the first quarter growth, x some, you know, notable things like the removal of Russia year over year. And also is just not seeing that, you know, the type of slowdown
Yeah, on a nice move.
that you think would be inherent here with as high as interest rates have moved. And, you know, so I think good guidance. And that's the real story.
Yeah,
ripping.
Yeah, mostly beats. American Express had a miss, but they also raised their dividend, which was great news. And you see the stock is up 11% today, so a great move. Resiliency of the consumer that was remarkable, according to according to MasterCard. Morgan Stanley noted international recovery for travel and such has been a good thing. Final quick thought, Stephen.
Well, you know, the other longer-term story for these firms, obviously, is their, you know, this secular story of a transition more towards credit cards and digital payments versus cash and checks. You know, as well as the sub $10. You know, the Visa will tell you that. There's still about 55% of transactions under $10 are done with cash, and you know, they want to tap more into that. You know, credit cards give you the ability to earn rewards.
Is that
points.
worldwide or just
it's
US?
Safety and security. You don't have to carry cash. It's, you know, safe in terms of fraud and fraud detection and things like that. So, you know, great long-term secular story for these firms.
Or 611.
You know, tend to turn.
I didn't like my entry. I got out.
And
so
low to mid double digit.
I'll wait for a high to short it, I guess.
Into mid-teens or even higher earnings growth.
But every Friday for the last 5 have ended at the high of the day. So
50% in the case of MasterCard.
Maybe better to play the break of 4 or 6.
For Visa. So just, you know, the ability to translate revenues into profits is the story.
Right. Thank you both very much. And Kevin, I know you were looking mostly for that the bulls have seen the improving trends and that continuation may happen. Kevin Horner and Stephen Bigger. Wonderful to see both. Thank you. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. Thanks for being with us. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the NYSE. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern.
See you, Nicole. Huck's got some TA. We're low, consolidation, healthy pullback. Oh, you big time bull. Carvana. Oh, what? GNS coming out of nowhere? Carvana too? We've got all the hypey ones going. Building an inverted head and shoulders here. Definitely some liquidity on these options. That is neat. Oil's coming down more. Oil just flushed that low. Dollar might bounce here on that 9 moving average. And market might come down.
Pace in over a year. Now let's take a look at the 4 major indices, which are just off the session highs. The S&P 500 up 0.25%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.14%. The NASDAQ 100 leading to the upside once again, having a great month here, up 0.75%. And the Russell 2000 small caps barely in the green at this point. To help me break down this market action and some of the data, let's bring in my co-host, and that's Kevin Hinks. Kevin, you know, in line, it seemed like as far as the, you know, the inflation numbers, PCE data, that the Fed watches pretty closely. But it doesn't seem like anything would have stopped this market rally that we've seen so far this month and this week.
Oh, well, I think some hot inflation might have, but it didn't come in.
Yeah.
It didn't. I mean, if you dig inside the data, there's still a couple things that are concerning, like the year-over-year headline was up 5%, but if you look, goods were up 4.6%, services up 5.2%.
GNS starting to move.
So that sticky part of the U.S. economy, services, leisure and hospitality, all those things, they remain sticky and remain elevated. So prices are still high, but 5% and 4.4 on the core, that's pretty good progress. At least for now. I mean, yields drifted higher. The U.S. dollar has drifted higher, but not enough to scare the children.
Yeah,
like I like to say.
That's definitely right. And this is, you know, about in line with what we saw in the CPI data also, where, you know, inflation peaked, obviously, and we're starting to see those month-over-month numbers start to come in and correct a little bit. But inflation pressure still high. I think that's really key, Kev, what you mentioned, the services
Yeah, the
side.
same kind of accumulation volume you see on Tesla is what I see on
the
natural
market's
gas.
going up. People are feeling better. The home prices aren't coming down.
How's this rally?
What's going to make them stop spending here?
I have an idea. Jerome Powell speaking on February 1st could be a little wet blanket on this market, because they're going to want him to say, you know, all these dovish things, and he's not going to say dovish, because he believes, I believe, like Ben Bernanke used to say, words do a lot of work in terms of moving the markets, and so they'll stay on point when it comes to fighting inflation, even though they're tapering the rate hikes. So I think the message will stay the same.
Yeah, my prediction, and Nick Timmeros from Wall Street Journal, that's been leaking a lot of what the Fed, or potentially leaking a lot of what the Fed is forecasting, right? It's already out there.
Is he Jerome Powell's son-in-law or something? There's got to be some connection.
Who knows? Maybe it's to ease and calm the markets a little bit.
And during the blackout period.
Yeah, a quarter of a basis point, and maybe a little bit of hawkishness, I think, with inflation here and that tight labor market. All right, Intel is the big stock mover here today, down off of its lows, of course, but this was just a dismal report, dismal guidance. Let's bring in Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here on the network, to help us break down, Caroline, this dismal report, but stocks off its lows.
Yeah, I think that's the only good thing that we can say about Intel's earnings, is that the initial 10% leg lower that we saw this morning is now
popping up on
stock's only down
this.
about 7%. But yes, we're talking weak earnings, weak outlook, as inventories rose, demand waned, and competition really heated up. Running through those numbers, EPS of 10 cents fell far short of analyst estimates of 20 cents a share, also far lower than the year-ago period. Meanwhile, revenue fell more than 30%, $14 billion. Wall Street was expecting $14.46 billion. Revenue in its CPU, or Central Processing Units division, which those are what power PCs, of course, that fell 36% to $6.6 billion, also worse than analysts were expecting. Intel saying business in China was the weakest region relative to initial expectations, and that wasn't the worst of it. It guided to an adjusted net loss of 15 cents per share for the upcoming quarter. Revenue outlook also disappointing, said sales in the current quarter would come in around $10.5 to $11.5 billion, while the consensus was for $13.9 billion, so far short of expectations. Shipments of PCs, which we know have taken a huge hit as they've kind of normalized since the pandemic, saw a rush in buying of computers. Those will be at the low end of its forecasted range of 270 million to 295 million this year. Intel also warned that the data center market would contract in the first half of this year, although its CEO said, "We do expect some improvement in market conditions, but the outlook is pretty challenging for the first half of 2023. Analysts wasted no time in cutting their price targets on Intel. We saw in the equal weight camp, or kind of in the cautious neutral camp, Cowen cut to 26, Wells Fargo's also at 26 now, Barclays is at 27. Keep in mind, Intel down 7% today is trading around just below $28 a share. In the more bearish camp, B of A slashed to 25, Susquehanna's at 23, BNP Paribas is at 24. The lowest on the street that I could find was Rosenblatt. It's listed on the screen here at $17 a share with a sell rating. The analyst there writing in a note last night, "No words can portray or explain the historic collapse of Intel." So no downgrades, just price target cuts, but there are very few bulls on the street at this point. I was running through the numbers. There are only 6 buy ratings, 26 hold ratings, and 12 sell ratings. Median price target is 28, so that's about where it's currently trading right now. So not a good day to be Intel or an Intel investor.
Caroline, apply tourniquet on Intel, because this is a stock that just, and here's why people, if you're an Intel stockholder, here's why you should be concerned. They mentioned
Got GNS?
competitive pressures.
Yeah,
And
I'm tempted.
on a day
I'm
when
just
Intel is
sketchy
down
on the
as much as
market.
they are. Now they're off their lows, of course, but they're still down.
Thinking it'll probably feel
NVIDIA,
downward pressure from the
AMD,
market.
both higher on the day, which tells you a different story than just the macro business is weak. That also tells that AMD and NVIDIA are stealing market share, Caroline.
Well, and I think that not just today, if you look at the performance, but if you look at the performance over the past year, Intel is down 42% now over the past year. It is still higher.
There must
in
be some stuff really pulling on the SPY, because
take a look at AMD.
this is a big weight still,
slowly
isn't
but
it?
surely
That
been
thing's
taking market share away. It's up
bombing up
today.
there.
It's only down about 26% over the past year. Yes, it's gotten battered, but you know, almost half as bad as Intel has.
Did you say
and
battered?
It's up almost 17%
It's gotten
so
battered.
far in January. And also interesting, despite
like
the
oil's
fact
about
that
to fall off a
Intel's
cliff.
revenues far surpass AMD's,
Should cause the market to fall off a cliff.
they're both roughly, they
Daily
both have
candles,
similar
though.
valuations, which really goes to show. And you know, if you take a look at Wall Street, AMD's breakdown 31 buy ratings at this point, 11 holds,
about to
no
rally.
sells, with a median price target of $85. So that's $10 upside, as you can see on this chart here. So
Redfin.
definitely more bullish in names like AMD as opposed to Intel. So we're going to have to really see if they can, you know, Pat Gelsinger, he came on in 2021. He's been really trying to turn this company around. He's really focused on cutting costs. They were another company with layoffs, but at the same time expanding, you know, building chip factories in Arizona, Ohio, Germany. So spending and trying to cut at the same time. He
They're
certainly
not getting
has
no better.
a lot on his to-do list.
Yeah, and if you look at AMD and NVIDIA on a 3-year chart compared to
AI is
Intel,
breaking
it's
out
the
again, new
exact
high.
opposite. I mean, the competitive pressures, to say the least.
This thing's
I'm
definitely
thinking
been a
maybe
squeezy one
Gelsinger
before.
as days maybe numbered here because he has not executed well in this environment. All right, thanks to Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent. Yeah, go ahead.
I did write down a quote from him. We lost share, we lost momentum. We think that stabilizes this year. So that's maybe a glimmer of hope. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, bad for the shareholders at this point. All right, thanks, Caroline. Now let's bring in Joe Mazzola, Director of Trading and Education at Charles Schwab. Joe, I wanted to kind of get your take here on maybe some of the data first. Kevin covered a little bit of the PCE data, but consumer sentiment pretty good. Pending home sales a little bit better than expected. I mean, we're starting to see some glimmers of hope. I just hope that the equity market, you know, with the S&P 500, you know, forward-looking earnings at 18.5 times. I mean, are we getting a little frothy here based on what we're seeing as far as earnings goes?
I think you know my answer to that one, Tommy. Yeah, I think so. I think there's a couple indicators. You know, Brett had reached some extreme levels, starting to pull back a little bit. We're also looking at, you know, some of the other, you know, equity put call ratios that had reached some kind of extreme bullish levels, which, you know, as it's not the extreme level, it's the pullback from the level that kind of shows that, all right, maybe we peaked out a little bit in there. And then some sentiment. So if you look at some of the sentiment trader indicators like the bullish percent bullish indicators, you know, those had reached some extreme levels as well too, and are starting to pull back. So, you know, does this market have some legs? Yeah, it could. I mean, it could. Look, we've taken out the 200-day moving average. That was something, you know, that had been a bit of a resistance levels. That long-term downtrend from last January, you know, January 22, we peaked our head up above that, you know, and we're continuing to do so. So it could be a little bit of consolidation as we kind of digest the earnings. Because to be honest, guys, earnings, I mean, you know, even outside of Intel, they haven't knocked the cover off the ball by any means. I think we've got about a 50% beat on revenues and about a 70% beat on EPS. That's well below 5-year averages. And so, you know, what the market's going to have to digest is can you continue to see the economy kind of pull forward as we're seeing declining numbers? You know, consumer spending went down. We're seeing, even though the GDP numbers earlier this week were pretty good, you know, we are seeing some things that are flashing some of these leading indicators that are showing some weakness in the economy. And for me, you know, it's just been kind of keeping an eye on the earnings, and you know, the earnings haven't been bad. I mean, they just haven't been extreme to the upside, but you know, the markets are still kind of making that push. And I think what's difficult to figure out right now, and kind of what you're asking me, is, are the markets looking forward 9 to 12 months and saying that, hey, we're going to get past this kind of malaise in the economics or in the economy, kind of where we're at right now, and is the S&P telling you that on the back end of 2023, we're going to get we're going to get some more economic strength that's going to continue to push forward. I think right now there's a bit of a push and pull. I mean, there's a lot of things that are kind of intersecting right now, whether it's the economics versus the earnings, whether it's kind of the technicals on the charts. There's a lot of things that are kind of intersecting, and in my opinion, at least, I think we're kind of at a bit of an inflection point.
Yeah, and after this January rally, it's not surprising to see a little bit of consolidation here. Mega cap tech kind of leading us today. Apple's up, Google, Alphabet, Meta Platforms. NVIDIA's having, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, that's having a massive month rebound to 8-month highs here. But if you look at the earnings, Visa up, American Express up, doing well, right? But then you see KLAC down, right? Intel getting hammered at this point. So it is that type of earnings season where, you know, even within a specific sector, you've got to really, bore down on company-specific data points and results, don't you?
This is the borrow fee. The shares
I
available.
talked about this with Oliver Rennick. I talked a bit about it with Ben Lichtenstein this morning.
Lichtenstein.
You want to sum up this market?
So you can see when that thing started to rally, they basically used up all their shares. The borrow fee started to rip. Had a couple dips, but now it's back up to 60%, and they're trending down on their available shares. Last 3 days on HLBZ, so we'll see. It doesn't have options, so it's not going to get any pressure on the options market one way or the other. Buys moving back up.
Amazon, Meta, AMD, all next week.
Yeah.
113 names in the S&P 500.
Yeah,
20
a lot of
in the
earnings next
NASDAQ.
week.
Next week's going to be a pretty significant week, and throw in a little Fed meeting and some payrolls.
Yeah, rubber hits the road
GNS.
next week as far as earnings goes. We get a bunch of those reports. There's that Microsoft chart.
Yep.
Really choppy this week, only up about 3.5% so far in January now, but definitely some volatility in that one after they missed sales, and we saw a decrease in sales pretty significantly. But Joe, when you look at Kevin mentioned the Fed meeting next week, it's already out there. They're going to do a quarter basis point hike, almost guaranteed. We don't guarantee anything in this business, but, the rhetoric's probably going to be a little bit more hawkish because even though inflation's coming down, maybe it should be hawkish at this point because we're nowhere near that 2% inflation level that the Fed wants. Tight labor market. I mean, what are your expectations there for the Fed? Is that going to be the next catalyst for this equity market?
The Fed hates that financial conditions are as easy as they are right now. I mean, it's making their job more difficult. You look at credit spreads. Credit spreads are not widening to signal that there's a recession
breaking out
on the horizon. However, you have an inversion of the 3-month and 10-year
buy
yield
about to daily high.
That basically we haven't seen these levels without actually being in a recession. So there's so many mixed signals right now. The S&P is showing strength. We're getting mixed signals on the economic side. It's making their job a lot tougher. But one of the things that I think you mentioned in your notes, Tommy, was this idea that Bullard, who's a traditional hawk, is like he's coming out and he's saying, look, we're okay with the 25 basis point hike, and then reassess.
Got something interesting to show these guys down.
The Fed is starting to read the tea leaves a little bit and say that okay, the economy is looking a little bit weaker, and we're kind of heading into that. So let's not push it over the cliff. I don't buy into this idea, though, when I look at the bond market and when I look at what markets are pricing in a pivot this year. I don't see that. I don't see it at all. I don't get it. I don't understand the theory behind that. I think if anything, we push up to that 25 basis points. We look for a higher terminal rate at some point, and then we sit and we hold. And we hold at that level and see kind of what that does to the economy. And what's important about that is, remember, we're looking at stretched incomes at this point right now. We're looking at layoffs. We're looking at stretched incomes, and we're not going to get any relief from the Fed. If anything, they're going to want to keep those levels high, kind of gauge where the economy is going from there. And we've already seen, like I said, personal spending come in a little bit.
Like the short
70%
here or the
of
long?
GDP, 70% of this economy, if they start to pull back, that could have some consequences. But the interesting thing right now is you're really starting to see the intersection of where the markets and the economy kind of collide, and right now the market's winning that battle.
Yeah,
You said
I
HODL,
think that
did he?
disconnect, Joe, we talked about that earlier in the week. It's concerning, I think, for investors moving forward because the market's thinking one thing and doing its thing, But the Fed's telling you something different, and so is the economic data at this point. So it might be a wild week next week.
Yeah, you know, we kind of predicted that for the beginning of this year, that there'd be some volatility because a lot of things are meeting in the marketplace, right? The Fed versus the overall bond market. Let's face it, you've got Fed members talking about Fed funds rate over 5, and we got a 10-year that can't get above 3.5.
Yeah.
So there's a whole bunch of things that are about to bash into each other.
Yeah, somebody's going to be wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's hope it's not stocks. All right, let's take a quick break here, guys. Coming up after that, we're going to talk about NVIDIA, which is seeing a sharp rebound to 8-month highs today, despite that weakness that we're seeing in Intel. Fast Markets coming right back.
Yeah, so GNS. I think I muted you. Broken. Just checked out GNS's borrow fee. Here's GNS. So their borrow fees has been elevated for a while, I guess, basically since IPO, 60%. Available shares. There was more available shares, kind of like pinned right at 250,000. And look, ever since it started moving, this makes me think there's potentially there is a pretty large short position. I haven't looked at the FTDs or anything like that, but borrow fees up to 500%. They've been out of shares. Oh, I guess that's from today. They're basically out of shares at 500%. So there's definitely some shorting going on. Still, it seems. Yeah, Fidelity will get you better fills. There you go. GNS, it's going. It is moving up. Yeah, I've seen that a lot of times on Fidelity. Price improvement, it says. BBBY just breaking VWAP. Pretty low volume today on this. Very low. A tear. A tear. Whee! Man, if I had leverage, I'd be losing money so much faster. Yeah, it's moving on up. That's nice. I mean, yeah. Why does it say no open interest on these? Wait. GNS didn't have options. This is new, isn't it? Are these all new today? That's why there's no open interest? Did they just get options? That's what it looks like. How long have these been here? I think those are new today. Yeah, the options market, they're like, hey, we want some money. We want to play. Now we can expect even more volatile moves from GNS and potentially more corruption. It must be new, right? No open interest, it's all volume. I mean, they didn't have any options before. They just added them. This must be today, because yeah, otherwise open interest would show up if it was from even yesterday. Wow, let's get some options on HLBZ. It's crazy they kind of move in tandem. Look at HLBZ popping up there. What the heck? Oh, I didn't get HLBZ yet. I got NRGV and I got EVTL. Maybe I'll pick up some HLBZ.
Looking pretty promising on a forward basis for NVIDIA, and I think this secular trend for artificial intelligence use is going to take hold and continue to expand pretty aggressively going forward. Now, you can make the case that the move in the stock, at least on a year-to-date basis, is already higher by 36%, but that's the case with the overall market. Maybe a little bit of a pullback is imminent. I can't say for sure, but certainly a company that seems to have found a low point or an inflection point in both earnings and sales growth, at least in the last half of last year. But things look like they're improving going forward.
Yeah, we've got earnings in about a month for that company, so a little bit later than some of these other big tech names, but definitely probably taking market share. I'm concerned that data center weakness
wow,
that Intel
Tesla
talked about isn't broad-based.
It's going to hit 200 today. Look at this
specific. I think that's going to be the big concern here
but come on.
for NVIDIA going into their results. All right, thanks to George.
What's the market cap there?
Correspondent helping us.
How much came in today?
With the backdrop here on NVIDIA. Kev, I'm going to go to you first here real quick. You know, pretty significant move. RSI is above 70 levels.
What's that
so
next
maybe
resistance
overbought
is at,
at a
like right
technical
now?
level, and it's
Just
down
past
only
it.
8% from year ago.
It could hit that
levels.
200
a lot of tech
today.
names are down a lot further than that.
It totally could.
Your thoughts
wow.
here?
On January 6th, the stock traded down to 140.
We saw the signs. I mean, across the moving average went bullish MACD. All the volume signifying accumulation and buying.
Up since then. You mentioned the
rally.
overbought on the upside. It's significantly overbought. The current
Could have
number
gone
right
long,
now
I
that
guess.
I have
I was bearish on the market
73
too soon.
on the RSI. What
That's the
people
thing.
are thinking,
The last 3 or 4 days on this,
is that the
I thought we'd hit the top.
with Intel
That probably skewed my judgment on Tesla rallying like this
NVIDIA
more.
and aren't going to be with AMD, right? Or some of that
Yes,
market
probably
share
stop
that
doing
they're
that.
talking.
I'll let the
remember, Intel
TA of
talked
one
about
stock affect the
competitive
TA of
pressures.
another.
So that's
or
NVIDIA,
less.
that's AMD that's competing with them. So some of that negativity is going to flow over to them. But they talked about the
Happy Dance up $7 today.
Weakening for the first half of the year. So you may have
Windy
to get
and cold.
through
Yeah, that
a couple
looked pretty
weak
miserable.
quarters here before they're ready to take off. But Tom, the stock has just rallied $50.
Yeah, and I think I think investors and traders probably looking more forward than maybe the next quarter or two, because we all know it's probably going to be a little bit below expectations. Let's bring back in Joe. Joe, your take here on NVIDIA. We talked about this stock a couple weeks ago when it was significantly lower, but like the NASDAQ 100, it's had a substantial rally here back this month.
Yeah, time for me to eat some crow, Tom.
Hey, I'm a trader, Joe. I do that all the time.
yeah. No, it's incredible the move that this stock, especially kind of given the news that came out last night. You know, Intel talking about data center weakness, and the market's looking at it like that's completely idiosyncratic risk. Like it's only Intel that is going to be facing that, and I don't know. It's kind of hard for me.
I took a short up here.
Believe that
I'm gonna have a stop
forward,
for like this break.
It's also really hard to deny the upward strength in this stock. And there are some times when you have the fundamentals and the technicals, and you have to look and say, okay, I don't know if this makes sense. And a lot of times you got to go with the technicals, just because the technicals are saying that there's some strength behind this move. Now, where we're at right now, you guys mentioned the RSI 73. Remember, stocks can stay overbought.
GME.
It's not getting above that 70 level that's important. It's getting back below it. Once it crosses back below that RSI, that's the bearish opportunity right there. That's
also
the bearish
inversing.
trade opportunity is once it dips back below 70. So it can skate that number for a while.
Some volume there
I think
too.
There's a couple other things that are taking place from a technical standpoint here. You know, if you look at the highs that we saw back in, I want to say March of 22, down to the lows in October of 22, And you
That's
look
weird.
at the Fibonacci retracements on that, we are right at that 50%.
Weird is inverse also.
Fibonacci retracement right here. It's right around
Terra got a
199.
pop
We're
on
currently
that?
trading 202. So it's, it is.
If we start
within
inversing,
a
that's
hair of that level, just a tiny bit above.
crazy.
So there's quite a bit that's going to be potentially occurring at this level. We're above the 200-day. We got
it's looking volatile.
For the 50-day trades above the 200-day. So there's some positive momentum to the upside. You just wonder how stretched it is. And so when I look at this from a trade perspective, let's go back to the trade we made before. We sold the 190, 195. Well, those are deep in the money right now, but they were the Feb. I believe they were the Feb.
Closing
17th,
my puts.
so they were coming out before earnings. So if we're looking at that trade and we're saying, okay, well, what can we do at this point to maybe take off some of those short deltas? Well, one of the things that we could do is we could sell a put spread.
Yeah, we're getting volume
so
coming in,
185, 180,
and it's not supportive with the market.
17 expiration, and basically you
this
turn
is very
this
bullish
into
looking.
an iron condor. If you get somewhere, around $1,
It's early,
$1.05
but
for that, and you add that back to the $1.20 that we collected on that call spread. Now you actually have an iron condor for around
this might be something,
which takes off some of that risk. Now, bottom line is we're way above the short strike. We're about $7 above the short strike in that first trade. So if the stock does pull back and gets back in that 190 195 range that we initially kind of looked at, now by adding the put spread, you've actually taken on
let's see here
credit.
what's going
So it
on.
gives you a little bit more expansion. I think a lot of times people look at these trades separately and say, well, if I'm short the call spread, I can't sell the put spread because I've already taken a bearish bias. You can, because now what you've done is you've actually widened out your break even because you've taken on another credit. It gives you a chance to expand that a little bit and give you a little bit more room should the stock run into some resistance here and start to pull back, as long as now
I'm gonna get some calls.
It doesn't trade below that 185 level. It tightens that kind of landing strip for you, but at the same time it gives you a little bit more cushion by taking in that other credit.
Yeah, offset some of those
I got
short
some next week's on
deltas.
GME.
I like this, looking at setups like this where, you can close your call spread that it's already
looks like some kind of
strikes. It'll cost you
obligations
about $3.40
being met.
for a $5 wide call spread at right now
I don't
on the
know.
190, 195.
Very early, but
offsetting some of the short
this could
deltas
escalate
here by selling a put spread, Kev, for $1.05 credit roughly. That means on that one your break even's all the way down at 183.95, but it offsets some of the risk on the overall position. But your takeaway on maybe managing a trade if the market's open, liquidity is provided, where you do this as opposed to maybe closing the other position if you believe it's going to fall back down.
This is a perfect example or learning moment of why you trade risk defined. Joe's trade, I believe he said 195.
190, 195 short call vertical.
Okay, so he's still in play on that, right? He's not at max loss, and he doesn't have to cover because he's risk defined.
EVTL, that pop up
Can
too?
get back to 190? Of course it can. And in
Yeah,
the next
GME is
couple
looking
weeks,
pretty good.
Of course it can if the overall
BBY is
market
not seeing
sells
it.
off. So
AMC looks like it's maybe going to start.
the trade you have on without giving away that
I'll
area,
pick up
that
some
plateau
shares.
where you have a chance to be successful. So this is
Won't
what
be
I
too
call
hasty,
staying
but-
on the dance floor with this trade while you have time, because believe me, I've seen enough to know stocks can run away and stocks can come back down. Look at the move it's made just since January 6th.
Yeah.
Can it trade 190? Of course it can.
Yeah, and just this trade alone, you'd have $395 at risk on it. You do have some assignment risk on that short 190 call if you're using a combination of the two trades, but you've got some assignment risk on that short 185 put also on this one. You got 3 weeks until that takes place, so you've got some duration on this, but a good look at ways to manage, trades that are going against you, how to look at them. I like that setup. As the educational aspect in the example that we're trying to give. All right. Thanks to Joe Mazzola, Director of
going crazy
Trading
right now?
and Education at
Doesn't
Charles
it seem
Schwab.
bullish
Have
on
a great
GME?
weekend, Joe. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Andy Swan from Likefolio for discussion on
loud.
audiobooks.
12:30. Hmm. It did bounce off that 1940 again. Um. Yeah, no, something's going on. I closed my puts and got calls. Reg show you're thinking? The volume picked up on GME and started ripping a bit. Not ripping, but moving up pretty quickly, and that was with the inverse on SPY even, so it was with no momentum of the market, and it started going. Upstart's feeling it. Well, GME's not on Reg Show. BBBY is. Why isn't it moving then? Okay, there's AMC's pop from it. I might get more of these calls. Yeah, wow. Wow, after all this time. You're gonna make us wait till Friday. Is this actually happening? Oh my gosh. Yep, I'm buying shares. What I've been waiting for. I don't see it any other way. This is it. I don't know how high it's gonna go, how long it's gonna last. Just said we've been waiting for this. Hopefully it's not a one-day deal. I can't imagine it being, but GME has been awfully different recently. Into a Friday? Whoa, this is weird. I'm gonna settle down a little bit. No, this isn't this isn't normal. Spot, it had no pressure from them. We saw it right away in the first 5 minutes. Broke VWAP and then started to just pick up volume and grab these candles, and that was when SPY was actually inversing. So it was not from a rally from the market at all. I mean, we're still, to me, somewhat in the window. We're still bullish MACD, like it's still possible. I would have expected it earlier this week, and I was expecting today to be red, but you know, I'm not gonna say it's not happening if it starts to go. I have way more buying power now because I got rid of BBY. Crazy. Jeez, is that real? Breaking out. See if it breaks there. If it then starts to get support of the market, I think that would be good. But it was showing signs by going without the market and volume picking up. On a frigging Friday. What is happening? When's the last time we saw a Friday move? You guys check? SPY moving. Alright, I'm gonna close my future also. I might go long on it. I'll just buy one. Okay, I think I'm fully in GME now. Takes time, man. Okay, now I'm fully in. Yeah, back to the good old days of GME exposure fully and no BBBY. BY might be starting to get some move from this though. Nope, not even yet. So if AMC is, if it starts to get kind of, oh, GNS is up 21%. Wow. Might have been faked out by that market, but whatever. I want more calls. $23 cover calls for today. Maybe not, but I wouldn't close them on these green candles up here. I'd wait for a dip. Wait for a red candle and the RSI to cool down. My first week watching. Don't get used to it. Oh, what? Oh, I just got filled in more. Okay, yeah, it was a fake out. You know what's happened? Dude, are they gonna actually shut down SPY right when GME's about to rally? Is that gonna be it? Literally at the end of the SPY rally, and now GME's starting to go. I mean, how long can this last? I guess it could just keep going. This makes me bullish on SPY, like past 408. Unless if, yeah, it's just time to shut it down. Don't be sick. You just be watching. You're not gonna close. Cover calls. I know it does. It does seem timed that way. So I'm hoping the market is not shutting down now. I don't know how they pushed it this far to Friday. Only 2 call expires today. Oh, you're probably way down that thing still, huh? Yeah, there. I wouldn't close a call today. I'm waiting. I mean, I have one to expire next week, but this isn't nothing on GME. Unless we're doing something new where this becomes nothing. But historically, the last 2 years, we start to see this, and this is always preceded by a large move. Unless we're doing something new again, that's if not for following historical trends. Oh my gosh. No way. No way. Wasn't Pickle calling today also? Why? I don't quite get that, because the deferment would have put it to yesterday pre-market at the latest, right? Definitely panic bot as much as I could. Holy crap. Yeah, weeklies, I'd I'd give yourself some time before you close. But know that when you're closing them, if you're just barely up, it's probably not going to be a good place to enter calls, so no reason not to close them. And then you can always get back in. Jeez. BBBY big dump? Oh my gosh. Are they going to shut it down with that? No, don't do that. Are you kidding me? More news on BBBY? Dude. If this gets out of control, it will pull GME down. We just saw it yesterday. What is happening with this broken market? Just exercise 220s. Nice. Parabolic. Anybody see news on BBY? Still talking about Hurricane right now. I'm seeing this more as now of a hedge to GME. Why is it dumping when this is trying to rally? Well done, Lex. It's getting crazy. So you guys, to keep you guys up to speed, not as a flex, just to have you share in the emotions I'm feeling right now. Let's see. I don't even know how to find it. Well, I'll just tell you the share, or no, here's the dollar amount. All right, there's 52. 52, 20, 70. Yeah, I just put 70 grand in GME shares. I didn't know I had that much cash available anymore. Thought it all gone to BBBY losses. Well, it's good to see BBY bouncing a bit. Yeah, I can show you. I just dumped all of it. Here. 1,000 shares right here I just picked up today. And then this account. You can see it's highlighted. That's how you know it's new. I don't know. How do I scroll? Well, it's worth 40K on here. 1,900 shares, I think. There you go, 1950 on there. 20 was always a good price. I always said that. You get it at 20, it's a good price. Daily engulfing candle would be righteous. I'd like to see some big move today though. 22 and a half. 24. We might see 24 today. This isn't nothing on GME. So I'm saying this is, it's happening. Whatever's happening is happening. It's a cycle. This isn't an OPEX, I don't believe. But whatever, yeah, maybe it's that. I don't know. It's starting to go though. We've been waiting for this. How many months has it been this time? I can't help but think it's this happening. Hopefully I'm right. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. Wild, freaking wild. Yeah, the calls I was picking up when I first saw this, they're up 80%. I got such conservative calls. I'm so stoked actually. It'll be so much easier to manage these. I got 21 calls for next Friday. I got 21 of them just for lucky number. Nice, Don. Well played. I hope it's big. I hope it's real. I hope it's what we've been waiting for. $40. It could before this is over. Yeah, we could. I'm not sure if it'll break this trend line or break this high without a push from like earnings catalyst. 123 is nice. Yeah, you even called it here down. You're like, oh, it's melting out. I'm like, you idiot. I closed my puts somewhere around here for about break even. And then just started getting calls slowly and then went heavy into shares on this whole rally up. The shares take a while using like multiple brokerages, and I'm trying to somewhat scale in, and I don't know how much I can spend, so I'm like doing it 100 at a time and then like 200 at a time and then 125. Nice. Yeah, I mean, depending on how high it goes today, I might close these out today for reposition, or some of them at least. This BBY dump though is super suspicious. I don't know if you guys are seeing any news on that. Like the timing of it is just if it goes to 40, how many days will this last? How long will it take to get to 40? It could, I mean, you could do it today. Realistically, it'd probably take at least through next week. You know, our biggest rallies like the last 6 days, unless if it's a long one, you know, like something like this, where it's like a month. But you can get in and out of stuff. You know, it's not like this, where it's just a face ripper. I mean, gosh, my. Oh shoot, man. Well, it's good. This good SPY is supporting it also. Fine, let's go to 408. GNS is up 18. Wow. Yeah, Lucid pumped also. You guys were mentioning that. Yeah, volume picked up nicely. Swaps broke. I don't know. I don't know. That seems like that'd be good. It wasn't like a straight inverse, but it was. This started going, and then this just broke. It broke to the downside. But if this is gonna go bankrupt, will it somehow release itself from the swaps? Don't bring GME to zero. That was my first. I mean, that was the only thing I could think of. My first thought was like, GME's. We're getting the move on GME, and then all of a sudden BBY just drops, and I just don't see news. I mean, maybe there's something. Oh, oh. Bed Bath & Beyond falters in effort to find buyer in bankruptcy? What? Prepares for Chapter 11 without bidder. This is on Benzinga. I don't know. This was 7 minutes ago, though. Could it be just from that headline? What are you guys seeing? Alba's up 10%. Yeah, it might fall. That's good. It needs to. It needs to consolidate and chill. But in good fashion, GME doesn't like to do that. It does that after it just obliterates the IV. IV will be so mooned. I don't know, Don. I kind of gave up on that after that first drop. I mean, yeah, it is media, but I haven't heard that. I haven't heard they haven't found a bidder. Like, where are they getting that? That does seem like something new. They didn't. Did they really tag GME? I actually saw the headline for that Amazon NFT article. You don't think there's a coincidence? Maybe not. Seems very odd, but maybe not. It's nice. It's coming back up now. Yeah, I mean, BBY might move up with GME, which, regardless of bankruptcy or not, SPY is not making a new high here, which, yeah, that came, like Walter Bloomberg said it too. I don't know if he's just, I don't know what his source is, but it says Bed Bath & Beyond Inc. shares down after report that company falters in effort to find buyer in bankruptcy, which would be like the most bearish news you could think of. Not only are they going bankrupt, they can't even find a buyer. Holy crap, Lucid's halted. Whoa, stuff is squeezing. Very squeezy. I wonder if it's kind of also this level on SPY. Maybe not, but I'm just thinking it's at such an extended level, and like margins might be kind of breaking higher than this. I don't know. Probably not, because it's not, hasn't really kept moving. Be fitty. Proper, don't they lease? I'm not certain they own their land. And there's still gonna be debt on it. It's not like they own it outright. Yeah, I don't know where that article's from. They have good selves. There's no way they wouldn't find a buyer for their bankruptcy. HLBZ, happy anniversary. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. all coming true. Oh, no way. On the anniversary. Is it really? Is it 27? Dude, they're not even subtle about it. Jeez, this is 27. This wasn't the high. The next day was the high, but still somewhat of an anniversary. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Should have got more calls. Wait for a dip. Or cooling down. Yeah. Guys, we saw this happening. That was crazy. Crazy. I mean, it's only 7% now, but yeah, literally right here was like volume and then some big candles, and then I looked at SPY and SPY was inverting. I was like, this is not a normal thing. Now, if we close just right here and it's a 6.8% move, I can't help but think it's not going to continue next week. But maybe that's just greed talk, greed think. But historically, we haven't seen it react like this and then it not continue for at least 2 days, I think. I think 2 days is our shortest one. So you had like this one, big volume, pretty big move. And then the next day, you had this one. But I mean, those aren't even really the moves. I'm hoping it's a proper move. I don't know. We're so due for a big rally. That's another thing that's I'm thinking about. Maybe we should put stop limits and step away. Let them trigger them on the drop. Some fungible up, maybe. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's happening, CDB. It seems like we're anticipating this on Tuesday and then potentially Wednesday, and now it's Friday and they're doing this, and I can't imagine the gamma ramp that is hopefully being built for next week. It's weak still. Not bad. 3,000 volume on the 22s. Yeah, best bet is like close to the money, wherever the money's at. So, and as it moves up, that'll just keep putting more and more strikes in the money, more and more hedging, more and more leverage. Let's drop 146%. So waiting for a pullback to do something. Oh man, I can't believe this. I don't even want to I don't want to try and figure out the wash sales of all my brokerages right now. It's gonna be a mess. I don't think it's gonna be good. GTII? That was one that you guys were speculating was gonna go after. Not ripping, what are you talking about? Lucid is ripping though. Okay, SPY's getting shut down here. Maybe an inverse? I mean, in true anniversary fashion, we should inverse. Yeah, I don't have enough margin to even play that. There it goes. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll see what happens when it hits this first couple of resistances. We've got 22, yeah, 22-ish range. Maybe consolidate there for a bit. Day's still young, it's only 1 o'clock. After that, yeah, I guess that 23 is kind of a spot, but really up there. That'll be the big, kind of once we start getting to that range where we had all that consolidation, that'll be probably the slowdown area. On a Friday? Are people buying weeklies or dailies? Yeah, maybe. Oh. Well, back to the news. Boeing plans to hire 10,000 workers in 2023. Lucid resumed trading. So it hit that 22 even. Rejected it. I kind of want to hold over the weekend the contracts. Yeah, I gotta hold them. It's too good of an opportunity to try and time the market more and scalp them. Win FOMO. It's getting there. Wait for a halt. Halts suck, but if they do halt it, it'll start hitting triggers. Remember that line I told you to draw yesterday? Did we bounce off it? I think we're gonna pull down. I mean, it should consolidate at some point today before close. I mean, it's only 1 o'clock. If it does this for 3 hours, we'll be at like 100 by close. So, but yeah, maybe not like a big drawdown before close. Volume is nice, 1.7 million. I think I've basically went all in on it, so I just kind of sit back and watch now. Yeah. I'm maybe you could do more on here. I think so. Oh. I can do more. Holy crap. Okay. I have to wait though. I've got to wait. Jeez. And just last little pinch, I had 10 grand in like weekly calls on one of these moves. I still went pretty heavy, a lot heavier than I normally do today, but it's not 10 grand worth. I got $1,300 worth, which is another sign that there's going to be a big move. Whenever you have a small position for the upside, it's usually a big move. You added your 25s. Nice. The vertical line straight up. Oh, yeah, vertical. Your calls are making money. Don't get used to it, man. Puts make more money on it than calls, the long one. So treat it like hot money. Hot potato. Covering your cost basis on my calls. If they're weeklies, yeah, Brad, I mean, the thing is, it's still so early. If you have to sell like half, I would maybe just slowly scale out like one at a time. It's still so early. This is fine. If SPY just chills out, even if it comes down and it doesn't get like velocity, GME will be able to keep rallying. It doesn't need it to rip, but if SPY starts to just shut down like bad, that could stop us. This seems like it, yeah. Added 25s. I like it. I'm gonna wait before I add. It's so crazy. Yes, Donner, I wish you would come back earlier. I was just talking about it yesterday on stream. I don't know if you were here for that, but I was looking at the IV. You guys were here. You remember? I was like, the IV is really low. If we're just playing the IV, yesterday would have been the buy. Because the IV was in the 80s for weeklies for next week. Like high 80s. Anytime it gets into the 80s, you go long. But you need some time because it doesn't always rip right away. But if you're just playing that IV range, hey, look. Where are we at? So current is 92. What was it? Yeah, the current before was close to that, actually. See, we're still low. Am I reading that right? But if you're just looking at the weeklies, like at the money weeklies, it's still pretty low, actually. These were all in the 80, like high 80s. But I guess at the money was down here. All right, little pullback here. This is good. This is a healthy rally. This is what you want. I'm gonna be looking for, if it halted up there and then this was violent, then you would think it's maybe over. Or if the SPY started dumping ahead of this, but all this seems natural so far. Uh, 55. I don't think we'll break to new highs like that until there's a fundamental catalyst behind it, like earnings, positive EPS or something. No, we're not crashing. We're consolidating. This is good. Totally good. It's only 1 o'clock. We have to pace ourselves. GME has to just chill. Has to pace this move. Hold. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna try and snipe. I guess if there's really good deals. I'm not going too far to the money, so it's not like I really can snipe. Once there becomes liquidity on the chain, I usually find it a lot more difficult to snipe stuff anyways. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in snipe. Maybe like to another date, but yeah, I'm not seeing any arbitrage type stuff. Maybe next week is enough. So SPY's coming down here. I don't think GME is affected by it at this point. I'm looking at calls for next week. Maybe I should get more time though. I think so. Okay. I have an order. I'm gonna save it. Sometimes I would put in like just put the limit order in, but we could get could slow down. I don't want to get filled on accident. So the calls, give you guys a little theta idea. Maybe crush. My calls right here for next week that were in the money dropped 80% to here. So if you want to do cover calls, you could have made 80% on them. Well, not 80%, but a good amount. As far as options, I'm not playing any weeklies, but you can definitely make money on weeklies. It's just much more risky. The profit taker in me is struggling. Lucid halted again? Was there a catalyst on this? Saudi Arabia fund takeover speculation? Huh. $12.25? Right at the same time as GME. That is interesting. You guys notice that? It's literally at the same minute. They both started rallying. I'm gonna keep an eye on this. This is halted now, and GME is actually moving up a little bit. Buyout target of $5. I am very confident this would continue next week, but I could be very wrong too. Historically, it would. And anybody can correct me if that doesn't sound right. $17K ADF trade. All decoys for BBBY. I'm not even concerned about the borrowable shares. Like that thing can rip up and or ripping and go down. I think it gives a good indicator maybe of like a top. What have we seen? Oh, like if the borrow fee really starts dropping on it. That's been one of my exit cues. But it's been elevated in this 20s for months. This is looking like beautiful consolidation. So that was a great be streaming. Okay. Chapter 11 would be bad for BBBY. Not to say there couldn't be some volatility and some trading opportunities still, but it's playing with fire for sure. At any moment they could just even delist it, like they did with the Party City. Party City filed Chapter 11, they halted it and never came back. So there's always that possibility. But then there's also stuff like you guys report that bot. There's also stuff like Revlon or Hertz, where they went like, there was tons of like short squeezes basically going on amidst their bankruptcy. Okay, I'm going to put in my order for next week to add into it. Thanks guys for your likes, I appreciate it. We're at 33. Let's hit like 100. How about that? Does that seem crazy? I don't think so. GME is up 10%. I think we definitely can do it. Like, well, how are you gonna do that, Happy? There's only 42 people. You can do it. Keep a close eye on if there's any correlation with Lucid and GME. My only thing that's odd is the volume and everything started at the same time. So if there's like an inverse relation or if positive. Okay, those orders. Let's see. Jeez, they're already up that much. Holy crap. Is that all the consolidation we're gonna get? You freaking GME. Aren't you? Okay, I put an order in for next week. And I got filled. Alright, they're 22 strike. I mean, it's risky now that we've had this pump. The IV is definitely higher, so it will get crushed quickly. If, even if it just comes down and consolidates, it'll get crushed quickly. Not to say next week it can't become way profitable, but thanks, John Parker. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for your guys' support. Holy crap, this gets crazy. I'm probably gonna cry. Always a great time when the bots can hear. Thanks, Ace. Muchas gracias. We've got double blue pairs flying and dancing around. Meanwhile, Lucid was the real play. We're all idiots. Yeah, bots. I mean, I like to think so, but I think just when streams start getting a lot of traffic, you start to get the bots. But I'll say it's because of GME. Even EVTL got some move. So I don't think it'd be a good sign if the volume started to shut down. Lucid halted again. Oh my gosh. You might be a bot, Tree Leaf. GNS coming down. GME, I mean, still good volume. I mean, like, I guess shutting down like it was back here. I maybe didn't wait quite long enough for that consolidation. Oh well. So my hedge to my GME calls is my short futures contracts on the SPY. BBBY, not going up. It might though. I'm not a hater. I'm all for it. Lucid is getting kind of out of control. You played yourself. John Parker, Ace, thank you again so much, guys. I really appreciate it. Very generous. This is all I can think about. Not really, but this is something that came to my mind. No way. That's great. We landed on the moon. No way. It's great. Okay. GME's only up 8%, but hype either way, I guess. This could be the beginning of something large. And man, with this, we have to go back to the chart drawing board to see what this will look like if we get a big day the next couple days. I mean, still kind of could be here, but just different in a lot of ways. It's all different now. Consolidating, but good volume. Love to see it. I suppose I could actually get more contracts for next week. Ugh. I could get more. I couldn't sell them though. Too much intraday. Get 7 more, 5 more. I like it. I'm gonna get more. Or will it settle down more? Put a low order in. Gets filled. Great. If it doesn't, then that's fine. I didn't need more. Jism's flying. Why are you trying to trade penny stocks? GME's ripping. Loose reacting to Tesla. I mean, it probably had some pull, but this move that you're seeing now, I think it's just from that news and maybe even some bit of a short squeeze, gamma squeeze. I don't know. Because this just turned on. This turned on right when GME did. So I think the move up to there today could have been with a sympathy to Tesla, like all this. But this, they had news of a buyout or something of Saudi Arabia fund takeover speculation. So it's just even speculation. Nice consolidation on GME up here. I do think it will break the high, but it's totally normal to take little pit stops at resistances, slow down, cool it off, and make the next leg up, which I don't even know where's 2364, where's that come from? Maybe 2364, kind of a soft level. Really the next big level's at 24, at like 24 range. So thankful I'm not in any covered calls. If this ends up being a big move, my entry would have been maybe the best I've had so far. Now the exit, that's always the tricky part that I falter on. So taking profits is the only way you can be successful. You can't win if you never take profits. Volume, it's slowing down during consolidation though, which is bullish. Just totally normal. It's still heavily elevated from what our daily volume has been on these 5-minute candles. Lucid is taking off, man. Oh, interesting. So one way to check to see what's going to happen is looking at AMC. That's not a great sign for GME. I play my brother. 1550 was kind of a no man's land. It didn't make sense to be a support. Much as I hate to say is I don't like AMC coming down here. It's tight. Next week. I mean, this is just so hard to say because where does this week end? Do we end at 20, 19, 25? You know, if we went at 25 today and close, I would say probably 35 next week would be a safe bet. If we end at 19 today, I would say ending next week at 15 is probably a safe bet. There you go. But so far, this looks legitimate. Looks like some sort of cycle's starting. Or maybe it's a squeeze. Exla. Is Beyond going, dude? Beyond. We're just getting like a risk on move. Peloton's still up there. Exla. Day traded out. Good faith violation? Yikes, guys. BBBY and Beyond merger? What the heck? You guys got crazy ideas. It's definitely slowed down. Huh. Still looks good. I mean, price action is still very bullish, holding that nice level. Wait for volume and break. Spread's pretty tight. We've got 3 cents. Go for a walk. Oh gosh. What if you have to close, Don? You're not going to? Just gonna ride or die? I guess maybe you don't have to close. Bed Bath and Beyond Meat. Harry. What you called Spire today? I'm thinking about selling it. So this to me, you know, do whatever you want to do. This to me looks like consolidation before another move higher. Could be a move lower, but after this momentum, this volume, I'm going to say it's consolidating before a move higher. And that move higher will probably be at least as big as this move. So $23.64 or $24, I think, is definitely on the table for today. But yeah, if you're looking at next week and you don't have capital to get them right now, because this would be the time to get them right now when it's boring, consolidating, then yeah, you could. The thing is your weeklies are going to move much faster to the upside and downside than next week. So almost riding today on the weeklies, if you can time it like this, which is tough timing the market is always, you want to time it as little as you can. But riding the weeklies and then, dude, Lucid? What? And then closing and then buying next week's basically by end of day, because end of day it'll be consolidating more or less, and it'll be settled down, probably have come down from a peak. So that's when you could get calls for next week. Pullback was weak, it's gonna go again. Yeah, I agree, dude. What Lucid is going insane though. 22 still good for shares as far as cost basis. Yeah, 100%. I've got shares like 36, man. Not closing max punishment. Oh man, meat flavored soap. 123. Don't give me hope. I already have enough hope. Stop it. This does not look like 123. Not at all. Let's go back to 123. It didn't just turn on like this, for one. And there's way more volume. Look at this. This is a slow grind up on mediocre volume. This was a turn on, late day, big volume. You do need to take a walk. Stay out of the sun, though. I think you got too much. I don't care about Upstart. I don't know anything about it. Testing the daily. Yeah, you definitely got too much sun. Somewhat of a flag. You kidding me? That's the most beautiful G America flag I've ever seen. Good entry point to HLBZ. Mine are for next week. So when this thing started back here. Why does it do that? Got rid of VWAP. Hold on. Yeah, right here I started picking up. Right when it broke VWAP actually, and that volume picked up. I got next week. I only got next week, so I didn't get anything for this week. And I started at 21 calls. Basically, yeah, I guess I was out of the money a little bit. And then up here, I started picking up 22 calls, but both for next week. So slightly out of the money on my 22s, just basically at the money. And my 21s are now in the money. So makes it much easier for me to manage and control when it's in the money, and it's less risky. And these calls are already risky because they're high IV, they're short dated. So I don't need 5,000%, 10,000%. I used to chase that, and I didn't realize I was chasing it, but I was, and it just would burn so much cash on options, long options, instead of actually just looking for good dollar amount returns and more realistic percentages. I keep trying to break my percentage record. Not to say we couldn't here, but probably not, since mine are in the money already. We'd need a like a move to 50 next week. Then maybe, but probably not still. Getting those high percentages, it is maybe some of the highest dopamine you'll ever get. So it's a problem. You have to definitely temper it and not be seeking that. Broke the daily. There you go. KLB has bought another 25K. Lex, you're going big on everything except for GME. Are you a short hedge fund? Planted? No, I like HLBZ. I do. I'm as you heard, if you were here earlier, I basically just went all in on GME, so yeah, I did. I went all in on it. If we thumbs up, GME will move higher. Guys, this is coming from Jonathan. He's been here for many, many years. He knows the algorithms. He knows how it works. He's right. If you thumbs up, GME will go up. Setting higher lows. Nice, Lex. Yeah, no, I think HLBZ could work. To me, this investing in anything other than GME right now is a complete joke. But that's because I've been watching GME and I've seen how it moves. So, you know, HLBZ, Lucid, GNS, they all might have bigger moves, but this is the most secure one for my capital. So, as far as risk management and return on investment, I don't see a better option right now than GME. It's not too much of a FOMO, and like this might be still very early. I'm thinking this is still early. Possible it's not, but I'm thinking this is still early. If you zoom out and look, the price is 22.25. This is historically very low. If anywhere back here, if it was at $22 and you've been on this train for years, you'd say that's a great buy. And I do too. Like under 25, I'll say is a great buy. If you get into the teens, you gotta buy it. That did change those thoughts I had once we broke that 19, realizing that that's not a support that's holding anymore. So shares, yeah, absolutely. Options depends on how aggressive you are. If you get next week's, week after, leaps, You know, you don't have to play risky options or even spreads. But this doesn't have to be a chase. It's a rip, consolidation, and now it's breaking out to the upside. You don't know how high it can go. Even if you don't know GME at all, you're like, oh, it just looks like it's going to make a move up. And that's it. And right now it's actually at a pretty serious resistance. Not too crazy, but one that we've established over the last, just basically this whole month, this is bounced off or rejected this. So a break of here, which I think it's going to do for sure, but maybe not. But a break of here would be very bullish for a move up 23.5 or 24. Just looking at support and resistances, nothing more than that. But if you see then on the chart how GME has historically had very big, large spikes every so often, like quarterly almost, and then you see that we haven't had one since back here, and that we're due, then you start to think, okay, maybe it's going to go past 22, 23, 24. Maybe it's going to go to like 28 or 30 or 35 or yeah, and then you're on that hopium train, and then you lose a lot of money. I'm just playing, but yeah, it might be a big move up. Double down. I'm positive on both of mine. I think I have as much as I want in calls. Done. I'm playing a lot of shares on this one, as you know. Yeah, you were gone, Don. I put 70K in shares. I had more capital than I realized because I pulled out of everything out of BBBY. So it's like the good old days, man. Back to full port swings on GME. Good old days, like 6 months ago, I guess. Lucid's halted again. Oh my gosh! Wait, has this come back even? This drop on BBBY is so suspicious. Like the timing on that. Seems like they manually took over and just dumped BBBY. They got like manual controls and just did it. Marketplace end of month? I don't know. I don't know the time frame on any of that stuff. 98%. Yeah, I'm not quite 98%, I guess, but everything I had. Next Friday too early for calls. It's more risky, you know, the less time you have. I just got next Fridays, but again, I have most of my capital's in shares, so depending on your exposure and where you've allocated your funds, that's going to depend on what date and what strikes you get. The amount of likes I get. Yeah, I agree. Mid-cap shares, but very few holdings, so fluctuations don't worry me really. Yeah, that was more in response to cold shower, sorry. Talking about, or no, maybe it was you. Yeah, so it depends. Like I said, I just put a fat amount in shares. So the calls is just kind of for fun. I don't know, a little more leverage. XRT is moving too. Good. You're going after Lucid Ace. Oh man, you've got a problem. Mar, good entry point. My long-term shares, I think my average is, yeah, I think it's up there like 36. No. Wait, no, 60. 60, dog. Yeah, you guys got nothing on me. Bunch of suckers with your low cost basis. Who wants low cost basis? There's no pride, no respect. You're not a real diamond hand hodler. You got low cost basis. That's easy. Not like 250,000 on these shares, all right? Yeah, 15. These shares right here is 1,500. Cost basis is $60. $60. Lucid. Oh my goodness. Rip and halt. But the shares I'm swing trading now, which is a larger amount, my cost basis is right here and right here, right about 20. but I've got wash sales on them, so some of them are up in like the 30s. Picking up Happy at 60. That would be sick. Nowhere near my cost basis. Yeah, I mean, if you guys can beat me on cost basis, let me know. You got 65, 70? Come on, let's hear it. It's their fault for having faith in me. All right, we broke out. It's somewhat subdued still, but volume has stayed nice. Yeah, this is what we're looking to see with consolidation up here. Almost divorced cost basis. Yep, 45. That's child's play, man. That's rookie numbers. This is good. This is good break of that level. See if the velocity picks back up like we had here for this move. Starting to now. We're getting a volumes. Looks like it's starting to increase. Hasn't really started exploding yet though. Friday, really? They're gonna do this on Friday? So I'm like super hyped on that, but it also makes me suspicious. Like, is this gonna continue? One solo share at 320. Sell walls. Need some sell walls. Probably just spoof orders. 2285. There's 1200. 23. Yeah, those 1200 shares. It's weird. The things we did as kids. Hit 3K to use. I mean, if you don't have any exposure to GME, your best bet would be shares. Just play it for the swing or the long term. I mean, market cap at 22 bucks is 5 billion. They've got $1 billion in cash. They've got over $1 billion in inventory. They've got, you know, it's a pretty safe bet. We're coming to we're in a recession, and gaming, even as a category, is usually very strong in recessions. This is a crazy move on Lucid. I hope the train doesn't stop at 25. 7K at 2250. Nice. Yep, little slowing down there. It's still early though. I mean, it's been like 40 minutes since this started. SPY is rejecting that, breaking out again. As long as we don't get a big move on SPY to the downside, I think GME will be fine to run. All resist 2285. Yeah, I'm not seeing much resistance till at 2364. 2249 is the high, the penny from January 23. All right, SPY's moving down here a little bigger now. The high, I mean the low. Oh, this January 2249. You're right on it. That's crazy how it keeps doing that. That's the second time it's hit right on the knuckle, right on the nose. And SPY's dumping. So careful here. This is right at the break. And SPY's starting to reject. I don't think it's over yet, but it could shut this down. my strategy is if I think it's getting shut down, I start close the stuff I'm up on the least, and then just work my way down. But here we go. Looks like it's coming back up. Just on the little relief from SPY moving down. And okay, I think I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna hold till I think next week. Maybe I'll go do some pull-ups. Take a walk is a good idea, but I'll do a little workout, get my blood flowing, drink a coffee because I'm not hyped enough already. Yeah, this is fine. The SPY was not velocity. Everything was good. Volume's picking up as we're increasing our price right here. This rampant volume, rampant price. BBBY is even wanting to break VWAP. AMC's okay. This is all very, very good. So AMC is getting a lot more downside on our consolidation, just because AMC sucks. Also because it's the anchor to GME. So you're probably going to see more velocity, and maybe even to the upside. If you make way more money on AMC, it's quite possible, but just know that it sucks. Okay. 2280, here we go. 2364, somewhere around there, maybe. $230. I would like to see volume increase with these breakouts, which it is. That is good. The velocity is definitely slowed some since here, but not bad. I'm looking for, kind of looking to see how controlled it is. If it seems controlled, I don't think a big run next week is as likely. And controlled, I mean what Don was saying about it looking like Monday, which it didn't to me until this. This move is starting to be a little bit more like Monday. This seemed much too violent to compare it to, was it Friday, Monday, whatever day this was. Yeah, is that Monday? Is that this week? Wow, exciting week. This was lower volume, much more mellow price action. See the smaller candles. I don't think we're there, but I will keep my eye on if it starts to look like it's more of a controlled burn. And it hasn't looked like out of control yet, but this looks like a different type of move, basically. I think out of control is, yeah, I think it is over 30, like that guy from S3 said. That is really when it starts to get kind of crazy. That's what we want. We want out of control. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. It's way more fun, but not sustainable. Well, they don't actually have the cash, because when you sell it, it takes 2 days to get it back. So you probably can have 3 good faith violations before your position closing only, but it depends on a brokerage. So long as BBBY doesn't shoot up from here. I don't think that's a problem if BBBY starts moving up. Yeah, and it is. So GME might start pulling BBBY up. It's good to see it's AMC up there, as sad as that is. Lucid is going insane. Hold the line. Can't even sell, jeez. Energy today is unmatched. Lucid halted again. Wow. What's the float on this thing? 1 billion shares? Are you kidding me? That's a massive float. How is it moving so much? That is insane. I thought it was a small float. Wow. No, we want to avoid halts, especially to the downside. Janet Yellen said we're at risk of recession. One good faith violation, need to put more money into worry. I think you can do 3. I mean, on Weeble, I think you're up to like 3, but they probably won't tell you. You're seeing what I'm seeing. 6K at 22.95. Up 1,000% for the day. What calls? You actually in GME, Hurricane? I think I need to start seeing some evidence of this. No, that's good you did that, Brad. And this is the time to sell when it's on a big green candle. Hold half to cover cost basis. That's smart. No. Don't diamond hand. Definitely not. Calls. So maybe some consolidation here. Oh yeah, I can't close these, I forgot. So I am holding. I am not selling anything today. Okay. Ride or die, baby. I might as well take a walk. All those positions I opened, or wait, all of them? Yep, I'm in it. I'm in it, baby. Oh, I'm an idiot. No, I should be all right. All those options I bought, I can't close today. It's stupid because I could when I opened them, and then the last order of like 3 or 4, that's when it said, oh, it's position closing only. Or not position closing only, but you can't day trade this. But now when I try and close any of them, it's saying I can't do it. Wonder if I closed that. Yeah, it doesn't want me to do it. Oh well, I mean, I don't think the run's over. So, even if they dump into close, if they dump it, but we're still, you know, relatively high, I think we'll be good. No control. It's I mean, it's definitely suppressed, but looks like obligations are being met, more or less. $22.95 is support. Kind of this line that I drew for resistance, I think, is a nice support. This is dangerous. Don, you should cover. You don't want to hold those over the weekend if you're gonna lose sleep over it. I mean, you've got a lot of time though. You still have 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes. So good faith violation. You probably don't even have enough freedom in Europe to get to that point. But yeah, holy crap! Look at Lucid. It's maybe an American thing. Yeah, if you're trading with unsettled funds on a cash account, so you're putting the risk on the brokerage that you're good for it, basically. 3-1. So looks like GME will probably see a bit of a red drop here, I'd imagine. See where it holds up. See if it all the way to VWAP seems far, but it might do that, and that's probably still fine. Really. Yeah, you notice, look at the pattern here. Increasing volume, increasing volume, increasing price. Then the highest volume is the red candle. Then it consolidates from there. See if that repeats here. Just lower volume consolidating and then increasing price with increasing volume. But the way this hit up here and wicked, that's what's making me think it might come down further this time. Not gonna sleep. Sell enough so you can sleep. It's not worth your health. One bought 6K at 22.95. Yeah, I think it will. I think we should probably get some consolidating though. It's just breaking these levels slow, which I feel like it maybe moves like this ever since the split. I don't know if we've seen anything crazy since the split. Even like these days, I think when it did start to get crazy, then that's when they halted and it was over. So I think these days leading up to it was maybe similar to what we're seeing right now. You know, where it never got kind of crazy. Oh yeah, unsettled funds, exactly. So if you own a cash account, you have unsettled funds. They probably won't let you trade it in Europe on European brokerages. But if they do, then you probably won't be able to do it too often. Massive buy volume on the 217.19.5 put. Coffee? You guys tell me for a coffee? Thanks. It's dip and rip. Yeah, it's not even a dip so far, it's just consolidation. Coffee! 5362 at 2040, 23. Canadian? No, no, your rules are different up there. It is different. I need to start hydrating. I'm getting a headache. And you guys need to hit thumbs up so GME will keep going. We're at 40 likes. I mean, it's not bad, but come on. Not you, buddy. Mommy. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. And your donos today. Well played. That IV was pretty crazy. You talking about Lucid? Let's see, what's Lucid IV? 15,000%. So this is what I used to chase. The highest option, what was it? It was actually 14,000. So a little bit less than this was the highest percentage I made. So if you look at this on a chart, dude, how can I chart it? There it is. So this is fun to chase, but it's not a good way to make money. So this was 1 penny a couple hours ago, right? So that 1 penny has turned into $170. So this is the power of options and leverage. This is why people love them. This is why people lose money on them, but also why people get addicted to them. So let's see. So what? It's worth $170. Is that right? So you could have bought 17,000 of them. Okay, so that decimal place, right? Yeah, it was 1 penny. Yeah. Okay, so you could have bought so at the price that this contract's worth right now on Lucid, you could have bought 17,000 of them a couple hours ago. So if you got 17,000 of those contracts right now, you'd have taken that $170 and turned it into 2.8 million. I think I'm doing the math right there. You guys can check my math. So 170 is an arbitrary number. I'm just taking that because that's what the contract's worth right now. So you say you had $170 divided by 0.01, 1 penny. That'd give you 17,000 contracts. Those 17,000 contracts that you bought for a penny are now worth $170, which is 2.89 million. Yeah, you could sell them. I mean, probably not for 170. You could get 137. You put a market order in, you probably get 120. So yeah, maybe not 2.8, maybe 2.5. You're right. Yeah. So that's why people try and insider trade, because you can turn $170 to 2.8 million, and that's why people get in trouble for it, because it's usually, if you're doing it recklessly like that, it's going to be obvious. Buying like 17,000 daily contracts way out of the money, where you're going to get crazy leverage, but the probability of it hitting is like less than a fraction of a percent. But if it does, it's like winning the lotto. Consolidating nicely up here, actually holding out well. It's better than halting. Or is it? I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't mind the slow grind. Let's do it. Yeah, limit up, limit down. If it moves too fast, too quick, it's halted automatically. However, they can halt it. It's subjective. They actually can halt it whenever they want. And let things run when they want also. I'd like the day to end right now. Can we just have the stock market close? No, I know. The halting is just exciting. But yeah, absolutely. And my other concern is if this is overly controlled, or it's not going to be a big move. That's my only concern with it moving slowly, not a halt or anything. like to end the day right now. Was my math right on that, Don? Would $170 on those contracts on Lucid turn you into a 2.8 millionaire? I think so. Well, unless if GME just really dumps into close and then gaps down on Friday, I should be able to at least get out of these calls next week if I have to on Monday. At least break even, I would think, unless there's like big dump. Just thinking worst case scenario, because I can't close these, and probably would close some today because I've got more exposure than I typically like in options for that short amount of time. Just not as used to it, I guess. I can't tell if SPY is about to break out or if it's just triple topping and rejecting this. This is actually getting pretty slow. Oh, there's the breakout. I can tell now. Maybe. Nat gas, you dirty commodity. Back up to where I wanted to sell it. And I tried to buy it. The price you sold for, yeah. I can't even actually sell. Oh, there's the breakout. So SPY is moving up now. Probably 408. Still on the table. Nat gas is ripping. I've got all my attention on GME. That's a good point. Well, yeah, what I say, 17,000 contracts. That would take some time. You'd have slippage and stuff. Still well into the 2 million range, I would imagine. Is this a false break? Did I just get hello, stock market. That's the thing with the volatility upside. It's going to come down also. Halted down. Whoa, gap and halt. Gap, drop, halt. Whew. Are we seeing some effects on SPY from that? I don't think so. Volume on this breakout though, maybe it's fake, but I think the market wants to squeeze here. I love how I locked myself in. I can't sell anything today. That's big brain move. Make sure you just force diamond in. Forced. Take the rest of the day off. Just shut the computer off. Crack open a cold one. Sit by the pool. Nothing to do here. Take out your money fast. Warning, warning. I would get I'd get pattern day trade restriction, and then I'd be in position closing order only for 90 days in the account because my account dropped below 25K. Time to 4:30. Yeah, yeah, I do think so. We would need good data next week from Powell and FOMC and everything that's going on. If we get that, then yeah, we could break out of this. I keep thinking we're going to reject it and come back down, and that could still be the case too. But I mean, we've kind of used this as support now, this trend line. So data dependent, I think we could. It's just right on the edge though of, you know, if it's going to go up or down, right? Because it's right at that resistance. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily go long until it starts to break, and you could go short here and try and time the top, but might be too soon. I mean, it's a good consolidation up here. I don't like that wick up there. That just gives me like PTSD. But what does it matter what I like? I'm a holding. 12 inches of snow. $12 inches of pool water. I got a goblin of emergency, or not emergency, but electrolyte. It's in a pickle jar. It's huge. Be so full of electrolytes. That's what the body craves. That wick makes it look like a false break to the upside. Dude, I could have made 1,400 on that gas swings today. Just on those 3 contracts. I want to hold the long ES here, but I don't want to short natural gas right now. It's getting right to that resistance. I don't think I can do both. $5,326, sell at 23. What are you saying? Oh, is that an order on the Oh yeah, 5,000. Thank you. Fairback over the weekend next week. Yes, please, por favor. Any tips on turning yourself into a corner? Like how to do it? It's pretty easy, man. All right, I'm dumping my ES. I lost some futures today again. Oh well. Hopefully, I think GME will make up for it. This is such a slow rally on GME now. I guess, I mean, that's good though, because we had a lot of time. Okay, SPY's starting to get rejected here. So I think on my on my TD account I could close my shares and I get one free, basically wipe clean slate. Unless if it gets to above 25K, no, I think I have to wait a day. Oh, okay. So it'd be result in a day trade on your account until your value is above 25K. Oh, okay. So that's it's position closing only until the value gets back above 25K. So that's not bad. Took a short on that gas there. I wonder on E-Trade. Now that I don't have any contract, all right. I couldn't like close these. You're currently subject to a day trade minimum equity call. Yeah, I guess my accounts are in like margin calls more or less. Oh yeah, never mind. Just because it's below 24K. And just like that, it's above. So I'd probably have to wait for a day. I don't know. I'm too excited to just be forced to hold it. That's too much fun. Small wallet 23. I can paper trade. Can't pay mortgage with my paper trading account though. I guess you kind of could. That's like forbearance, basically a paper trade with your mortgage. Get all bearish, obligations slowed. That would mean that this would be it. We wouldn't have this wouldn't be the start of a cycle. Big rally up. You're just thinking there's another Monday. So they're gapping their obligations now. Why wouldn't they have done this for the last 2 years though? Just spread out the FOMO and the options if they could have been doing it. Still bullish on this. It was just waving around up there. I closed out. I do want to see it hit to 408. I feel like that definitely happened, but I don't like that wick. All right, moving up more. 47 likes. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. What an exciting week it's ended up being. BBY, GME, Lucid. Was GNS this week? Oh my goodness. No wonder I have a headache. Okay. Back. Woo! GME are still on the slow grind up, so I mean, I didn't take Buddy's advice in GNS. Oh, to dump. This is looking more like Monday. We're holding down the fort, Don. Low grind music. That's true. I should have put on pump up. Pump it up. Wow, look at that. Great to VWAP. BBY starting to flush. Dang it. GME's gonna flush with it. Maybe not, but it looks like it's topping out here momentarily. AMC just all over the place. Let's see. Yeah. Jimmy's gonna take a little breath here. It is eerily similar to Monday. So I'm not sure if that means that this isn't going to continue next week, or that's just the more normal price action on GME now. Strange. 23.26. We still have an hour and a half. And it did break that level, so it still looks good to me. 22.51. Kind of this area might find support. Be nice to find support on these highs that we just broke. SPY did end up breaking out. Moon mission. You've never seen them? Oh wow. Ace. Sorry, man. Yeah. Don't want to do market orders around halts. Get really bad fills. And yeah. Hard to get out of a stock when it's halting. Whew. How much did Lucid go up? Like 100% %. %. All right, let's see where GME finds support. That'll be a pretty big tell. Let's see what happened after Monday. Tuesday wasn't bad. I'm gonna think if this doesn't continue on Monday, it probably is done. But that could be wrong thinking, because this so far is still somewhat uncharacteristic what we're seeing. I've almost drank this whole pickle jar of electrolyte. Couldn't sell. Was trying 14 to 18. Couldn't. I mean, you can do market orders. You just want to make sure it goes through before it halts. Because if it halts, you have a market order, they can fill you basically wherever they want. Is it already finding a bounce here? Wow. SPY's still grinding up. So the way this started out, I was expecting more the next couple hours. Not to say it's going to be different, but yeah, this is looking more like Monday now, fortunately. And I probably would sell a lot by end of day if it keeps looking like this. And then reposition on Monday. Probably not the shares, but the calls I probably would. Reassess, reevaluate on Monday. Friday before FOMC. At least it's halted again. Oh, halted to the downside. Breaking VWAP. Oh. Okay, now that I'm hydrated, time for coffee. Platform doesn't allow what? Well, they should let at least take profit or stop loss. Oh. During halts, no, I don't think you do stop limits or anything like that. That's, I think, everywhere. You made money, you're stoked then. Halts can really mess things up. 50 likes. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Bye. Still on its grind of 408. Let's see. Let's see. What a day, man. What a week. GME is still moving up here. Yeah, there were a lot of halts in there. Execute a couple 21s on E-Trade. E-Trade's app kind of sucks. Try to get 21 calls. Close strong over 23. I just like this volume, this engulfing candle, this break of resistance, all good things. Circular motion, up and down, in a circle, all good things. Working together, harmony. But yeah, if the body closes above the resistance, that would be much more ideal than a wick. Just a wick up there. For that to happen, we probably need to move up further and then come back down a little bit, because we'll probably get some kind of wick to close the day out. GME has become the most stable value stock ever, though. What do you guys think? It's more stable than SPY. We've seen SPY move more squeezy and volatile. So the calls I first got into, the 21s, they're up 300%. And I can't close, but that's okay. So these ones, these 21 calls, that are next week's. So they won't fluctuate quite as much because I didn't buy into crazy IV. I bought when it was, you know, just the beginning of its rally. As well as they're in the money. So being in the money is safer, given I only have a week of time. These ones I bought after the IV had been pumped. So these are much more prone to the premiums on them dropping. And they're in the money, but not as deep in the money. But I'm not closing either of them. Nope, nope, nope. You average down your 35 calls for 224. That's pretty far out the money. If this is the beginning of a long sustained rally, then heck yeah. It's something more like this. We haven't seen a day like this on GME in so long. Let's look here actually. Just get a little quick look see here. Was this 18% from bottom to top? Yeah, 18. Was it 18? Yeah, about 18%. That day wasn't 18%. This day? Oh, 13. It's literally been since this. Oh, thank you. What is this? What is this? Out of here. The tiny one up there. Okay. Anyways, this. I think it was that. Okay. I think that was the last time we had this big of a day, which is crazy because this day doesn't feel that big, and it's not. But this day was the last time we had this big of a move. There. Right here. That was 24%. And before that, probably back here. Long puts on GME, they're consistently better. SPY's grinding up. October 31st. Yeah, that was the day. Halloween. That was a big red candle though. With the halt. The infamous halt. Look at the volume. So increased volume. If this does turn into a rally, not just a one-day thing, we're gonna look for increased volume on the high, signifying the top. If there's a halt, if it's at a prior resistance, like a major resistance, like 30, 35, 40, if the S&P starts dumping, and any of those other things also are happening at the same time, I'm be pretty certain it's a top. Still grinding up though. This is so crazy how GME's moving like this now. So many lines. Yeah, I need to get rid of these. Oh wow. Good thing I had to stop. Nat gas just ripped. Should have taken profits. Yeah, the top of this was 34.99, so 35. What made me not trade this one good was just how low this was. This move was supposed to bring us back up to 40, right? We never stopped at 35. That was never a point for us to stop at. The halt gave it away, so I got rid of some with that, but I left a lot on the table, I think, for this one, just because that was so unusual. Oh, and then also it wasn't a double top, because I thought we were in one of these formations right here, where it'd come back down, then rip back up, and I just held through all this, and then it never double topped. Then I was totally thrown off. But turns out, I think this little action right here was this move right here. Same thing. I was at a different spot in the chart. So yeah, this one I did not trade very well. And now I don't really know where we are on the chart, so maybe that'll make me trade it well. Less confidence on where we are. Well, then I might as well go straight up. Hit the top of that line, then halted. Yeah, I'm actually put the line on there, so it wasn't quite that perfect, but depends on where you draw your lines. It's all pretty close though. Yeah, every time it's gotten close there, halt, like that. I think a lot of the tops were with halts, but there was other stuff too. It would be S&P was just about dumping. There were other tells. There it is, getting to 408. I listened to myself, but I didn't have patience to hold that long. I did go long there, but I didn't like holding through that volatility. Okay, 408, I'm taking a short. Said I'd do it. I have to do it. What expiration? Futures. So not really. There's no theta decay. ES, a short on ES. I'll be trading the March March futures. I'm an idiot. I can't believe I didn't take the gains on that gas. Up 700 today on those contracts. Gave it all away in like 5 minutes. Just like illiquid gaps around natural gas. GME's melting up more. This melt up is so much like SPY, but now SPY is #1 meme squeezer. For 755, just in time for 10 minutes to power hour for a big push up. There weren't that many people there with that Occupy Wall Street, Occupy SEC. Or 755. Are people gonna front run it now that it get to 408? So 4813 is the top of that wick. Oh, it's not even. 40847. Anywhere around up here, look for it to look like it's starting to reverse. That's a crazy mix. A whole pickle jar full of electrolyte and then iced coffee. We're doing good. What are we listening to? Justice for Retail. That was Occupy SEC. Women argue. Women argue. There's a protest on domestic abuse. CNS close in 10. Yep. GME is looking more like Monday, unfortunately, Don. So I don't know what that means for next week, but hopefully it's a different outcome than what we had on Monday. I mean, a much bigger day today with bigger volume and breaking resistance, but still it's very controlled rally and subdued. Yeah, I think that was actually a wedding. The pictures of those people on the balconies. I think they're actually at a wedding there. And just so happens that group was marching by or whatever. But yeah, I know that picture, that video was pretty got pretty spread around. Look at this chart. Holy crap. Oh, GNS almost 20%. Wow. OEV on the move. Carvana. Today being Friday and them rallying like this, though, that's gotta put more pressure on the market makers. If there's any people even buying options anymore for next week, well, for this week, 23, there's 13,000 volume on the 23s. That's huge. A lot of volume came in for this week. Not a whole lot for next week yet. So let's see, on Monday we closed closed 3% from the high. Go down with it. 3.7. That put us at, if we are at our high right now, it might be 3.7. What would that give us? 22 and a half. 22 and a half. Yeah, that 21 and that 22 would be a good one to hold above. There's probably a lot of open interest on that. 22 and a half, not as much, but 22, 21. There's some good volume, I bet. There's some good open interest on those. Brokers start auto closing weeklies. Okay, 5 minutes. Bye. It'll blow off the top here. There you go. That's it. Go on. When do we close a 7564 cap? I don't know, but my shares would be green if we did. Oh, is it topping here? 407.58? Not a chance. Not a chance. I didn't take profits twice on natural gas today. Just had those big swings both directions. Oh, let's see. Let's see what Power Hour brings. 4 minutes. Yeah, I mean, green shares, I don't know. That would be strange. $74. You lost $74? Ah, zipper, surely. ASPI with a pop. That might be a trade. What did Donrow get me into today? Freaking Evatol. Just kidding. I'm happy with it. This candle is not ending very nice, but 2 million volume. Hopefully it's not a one-day move. I mean, it's at a cheap price. I like the space. It's probably going to go bankrupt, though. But maybe then it'll rally. Evil Gang, rise up. It's pretty quiet in here if you haven't noticed. There is no Evil Gang. I hate where Jimmy's moving. Not crazy. I mean, there's big movers across the board today, so GME is not going to get any highlights from a 15% move compared to these other ones. But as we know with GME, it doesn't move up 15% just casually. So with increased volume and a move 15% up, how often has that been a sign of big rally? So there were days like this, but this wasn't even 15%. That was less volume. Could be something like this. This is the hope, right? That was 22% wick. The body was 15%. That's kind of the hope right there. And not that we're like this day. We've already had a bit of a move up. Yeah, I think it's just, I can't tell where we are in the chart still. I don't know what it's repeating or if it is even repeating. I do see an engulfing candle. I see breaking of that resistance and increased volume. The chart looks bullish. That divergence has now been outweighed by this today. Same with SPY actually. Yeah. Yep. 407.58. Come on, 1 minute, 15 seconds. Close. We gotta sell GME fast. I don't know. Oh, Les, yeah, he was throwing out all sorts of trades. Everything but GME. Paid. Paid man. Paid actor. Never is. Stop limits and just like take profits, limit sells. All those things take the emotion out of it and help you to not be greedy. You know, just put a spot on there. And then you can even scale out too. Do like a little bit at a time. 22 calls up like 300%. Nice. Pretty nice. Pretty nice jump, Tommy. Yep, I am cautiously optimistic this is the start of our cycle. The only things that make me hesitant are the fact that it looks like Monday, which was basically a subdued rally, controlled more or less. But besides that, everything looks good, like it is the start of our rally. Increased volume, just the timing on the chart looks like it's time. We've got broken resistances, golfing candles, you know, good looking TA. I don't know exactly where it lines up on the chart or if it does line up somewhere. I was thinking we were here, here, or here, and now I don't really know if we're anywhere, if it's repeating. But that said, it does look bullish, and the timing on it is right in time. So the way it did move today, though, is a little bit sketchy for it to not be a sustained rally. There goes SPY. Open like 110. Stream, none of my brokers have sent notification Jimmy move. Yeah. I don't think it'll really make much news with everything that happened today. All the other crazy runners. Final opinion on BBY. I sold out of it. I'll show you my exit points on BBBY. It was for a loss, mostly. Some of it I think I like made a little profit. I sold out actually this day. I actually timed the top on this. Somehow I did. Sold a bunch here. And then sold some yesterday. And then sold the rest today. So I'm out of BBY. That's actually a beautiful bear flag. I do say so. And I might jump back in it if bankruptcy's off the table, M&A, anything like as a just a swing. I can't right now though. My capital is all in GME, so usually trying to execute 21. We're gonna hit that 408 Hurricane. You still holding those calls? You're holding on, Don. Not taking any of it. I like it. I mean, I am, but you know why I am. I mean, we might have a huge gap up. Who knows? Maybe 100% gap up. We're due. We are due. Still have your SPY calls. So, did this price action outpace the theta decay that you're getting today? I can't imagine it did much compared to this morning when we hit this. I bet the price was higher here than it was here. Four-way, let's go. Great deal. If it's not going bankrupt, yeah, it's a good deal. If they're going bankrupt, it's an awful deal. $12 back to 247. Nice. Not going to cash out. Hold over the weekend. $304. So it's getting close to your cost basis. Four 6 calls running. Actually, they don't expire till like 4:15, right? You sell it 14 minutes or 15 minutes after. GME so mellow for CNS close. Yeah, I don't know. I think breaking this resistance is good. I'm wondering if our price is just so low right now that it's so much easier for them to control. You know what I mean? Like if we did this whole move, this 50-something% move now from like $20 and we're up here in 25, 30, and then it starts to get squeezy. Wondering since it's starting so low, if they can have 15% rallies and it's still all completely controlled, and that's what it looks like so far. We really need an actual higher price for it to cause some volatility, I guess. Not to say I want volatility, but that's what seems to. That's been the only time I've had big runs on GME has been with volatility, like crazy price action. 407.75, getting ready to short. Sold some of the 21s to cover a portion of the cost basis. Still sitting on plenty lot of exposure. Plenty lot. 350s. 3-4 calls next week. You might get a pop. 330 melt up. Come on. Don't be playing with me now. Looks like we're getting a meltdown. Got bearish MACD. Just crossed over the 9. I think we melt down. At 22.09. They don't want it over 22.5. But it does look very strange either way. Actually, that's not a huge... Really, that 22 is the big level. 22.5 doesn't matter too much. Over 23 would be much worse, but they might try and get below 22. That's not too far-fetched either. 21.9. I think we're right at max pain also, aren't we? Just kidding. I don't think it's here. It's close, though. It's 20. Probably not a close at 20. .026 shares. Causing real waves. Yeah, I think 30 it does get parabolic. I think that's true. Yeah, let me look at the 50 on the daily. I'm just still waiting to get my short. 407.91. This thing's gonna have such a sick blow off the top, I bet. Maybe like 409. We've got quite a bit of room to that 50. What is it at 2180? 407.94. It's voodoo. 407.94. You still holding your calls for 408? Anybody? Max Payne's 20, yeah. Hopefully we're above that. That'd be 20.5, would still put us in range. Yeah, just under 20.5. It'd be good if we got these calls in the money. 22s and 21s. Oh, look at that blow off the top. 408.15. All right. Where are we at? There is a higher level on here. 408.47. Couple higher levels that could blow off the top of these too. Oh, 16. Still have almost an hour though. Gotta be patient on this. GME drops 10% on Monday. As long as it doesn't do it pre-market, I won't have a huge problem, but yeah, that would kind of suck. Say someone sold off 317. Oh, what? They flipped? You're back looking on shift search, aren't you? Selling off that many puts? I guess that's not many 500. That won't have any move, but I mean, that's a full-on bullish flip. Selling puts and buying calls. 408.16. Where do we short? Where do we do it? I mean, just right here is probably fine. This is crazy mellow price action on GME. Okay, so the 22 calls, they might not be actually positive by Monday. Just based on how much they're coming down. Would kind of suck. My break even on is 23.23. There's not a big gap down. Should be able to get them on Monday if I need to. ATP. Oh. Stock 4 trade. Oh. There it goes. Yeah, I mean, this isn't bad. We're expecting a wick. It's gonna wick at the top. It's not gonna just close the top. Let's not be ridiculous. Expecting a wick. Just how much of a wick? I think it'd be really good if his body closed above those. I mean, above this would be nice, but I doubt 2250 is gonna hold. 22, I think, would be best case scenario. We keep these 22s in the money. Or 0816. So my 21 calls are up 235%. I think the highest they got was like 300 and just about 300. So they haven't lost too much. 65%, I guess, from the high. That's because they're pretty far in the money and I didn't pay a huge premium for it. The IV actually still isn't that high. The 21 calls for next week is only 107%. So this move, although pretty big, there wasn't velocity for it to pump the IV like crazy. Oh, I can't do it. It's too large. Micros. What was the high? 4109.25. 4109.25. Very well could hit that high again and do one more test or break. I'll go one lower. $109.5. Okay, so I have my short order. See if it fills. We need a kind of a retest up here. One little bounce up there. Still got 45 minutes, so it's not been a hard rejection yet, where it's just like a big red candle. Look at GME though. Look at that hold up. They got a good deal on swaps. 4-month previous run. 4 months. Depends on where you count the run. All right, so there's a bigger red candle. I don't know. Be patient on it. We should get a bounce. Probably not back up to that high, but change like 4106. 106. It's getting kind of, I mean, this is a big level, so maybe it would have a hard rejection. All right, I'm just gonna jump into it. Who cares about a couple points? Okay, so it'll probably move back up. We've got 45 minutes. Stop looking at it, and so I don't count that this as a run. So then I would say back here at 8. That was like 5 months ago. So yeah, really like 5 months since a run. Look at how well it's holding up though. Huh? That's pretty impressive. Brokers closing 0 dates. Garbage stock. You're so bitter. Buying more? Nice. Do it. Definitely not the, well, this whole rally, like we've said, has not been the norm. And you pointed out like it was like Monday, and it turned out to be that way. It started off looking more violent than Monday, but then once after this consolidation, it just lost its speed, and sure enough, turned into a Monday, which is fine if it continues, right? Like that's a great rally, smooth, controlled, like not out of control is, I think, good. I mean, typically you'd think good. On GME, maybe it needs to be out of control to screw margins. I don't know. Oh, I actually have to, whoa, I have to do some positioning. I need to get some puts actually for GME. Next week, I get Ivy's up on like all of them, maybe 20 puts. Does that give me enough margin? Need a lot of them though. I get that high of a strike. 18, 15, 18. 40. Probably go lower than that even. Thing is, if GME drops, I'm gonna want these puts closer to the money. Yeah, maybe I'll get higher. I'll just get higher striked and then kind of a hedge. 19's still pretty far out of the money, but Nice little hedge on all my longs. 15. Yeah, that should give me plenty of margin. Because right now I have 15 strikes and it's enough margin. 15 and a half. Those are 19 strike. Yeah. That should be good. 15 of them. Close enough to the money that if we get a pretty good drop, they should increase. But then I'll have to get more, I guess. Further out of the money. Holding up well, but man, it's... Yeah. End of day will be big. If we... How much we get in the money. Toddler learned to talk. Walk. I mean, I look at this thing in the last 2 years more than my toddlers, so... As sad as it is. But that's the reality of any man that works. I'm with my family a ton. So yes, it is like my little toddler that's learning to walk. Close some calls, we don't close about 23. Yeah, I mean, if you're able to close, it makes sense. At least some, because it's not likely we get a gap. And if we don't gap up, and it just opens close to where it's closing, you might get a little better exit in the morning on a pop up. But if it gaps down just a little bit, like 1% or 2%, excuse me, then if it doesn't keep rallying like today, then those are just going to get eaten away quickly. I think my calls are profitable enough that I'll be able to close them on Monday, even if we have a little gap down. Be able to close them with profit, at least some of them with a profit. The 21s, 22s might end up being break even if it's not a good open or good rally. I've had enough of these stumbles and walks. Ready to run, baby. Takes time. They have to learn, they have to trip, they have to fall, they have to learn how to get back up, learn how to brush it off and not cry. And this thing's just been through, like, going through puberty the last 6 months or so. After that split, you know, like, get all out of balance, uncoordinated, get like pimply and stuff. It's gotta like figure out what to do with all these shares. It's gonna take time to, stretch its legs, figure out how to run with all this extra length. Yeah, 2 years. Hey, a 2-year-old doesn't do a whole lot, okay? By the time they're 2, like, it's impressive what they do, but, they're not sprinting around. Ivy Crush would kill a neutral opening. I know, the Ivy's still low. Ivy is still low. If this doesn't keep going on Monday, I'm not going to be very hopeful for much. Like, I might hold some shares, but I'm... this might just be a bounce back up into kind of that equilibrium zone, 20 and 25. And not like a cycle or anything. Smile Direct got 11% today, huh? Tattoo Chef. All these risk on ones. So that's where it's like, it seems like GME is just part of that. But that said, GME never just is a part of that without having something big. That's where it seems like shorts closed and it's now just a part of these risk on assets that move mellow. All right, here we go. A little rejection coming. GME's gonna come down with it. If we hold that 22, good. Bully Kid from Toy Story. Nice, John Parker. Well done, man. I've got out of weeklies like this week, just now. Wow, you waited a long time. Gonna have a volatile after hours? I don't know, man. The RSI on that tiny dip, like 16, 17 RSI. Oh, this right here? That's leading you to think there's going to be volatile after hours, huh? SPY is holding up. I think it's tequila turdy right now. GNS. Oh. This one might have a gap and go on Monday. Oh yeah. Look at that engulfing candle also. Well, I don't have any funds to allocate, but that looks pretty nice. That nice consolidation up here, held support, and now we get that engulfing solid candle on increased volume, I think, too. Yeah, a little more volume. RSI ticked up. GNS looks nice for next week. That might gap up. Gap up in the morning. HLBZ. It's holding that support, which is nice. This looks like BBBY chart. Till this one doesn't look as bullish. It takes some more time. Carvana, that one looks good actually, although it's kind of at that resistance, but another engulfing candle after a nice bull flag. We might still have risk on next week, at least until Powell. He's on like Tuesday, Wednesday. Redfin with a big move up. I should probably do a recap video. I didn't do one yesterday. Everyone's probably calling me out because BBY dumped. I didn't want to do a video. But I need to for GME. Feel stupid on my futures today. It was an easy profit taking day. I just didn't do it. Look at this, holding up. Okay, fun day. Thank you guys. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the donos. Got John Parker up in here. Ace Ventura. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. We got 51 likes in the stream. Definitely a good day for that. A lot of fun. I'll give a recap, kind of my thoughts on GME, BBY, all that stuff in the video. Be out in like 30 minutes. Hit the notification bell. Jump on our Discord. Link for that's it's pinned in the comments. It's also in the description, along with my Twitter account. Maybe I have to have a little Twitter Spaces. See what you guys think about this run. Feb 1st is a non-return point day for. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they already got margin called on their debt, so they've already defaulted on debt. So you might not have to wait for the 1st. I'm not sure though. But yeah, that's the last day they have to pay their interest. But they could very well be bankrupt before then too. But maybe not. Maybe a merger before then. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Access. Thanks, John. Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, David. 200 Monday. Yes, please. Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, I like it. All right, guys. We'll see you on the video. See you on Twitter. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy Money sticks around on Discord. 30 minutes. Please find support. It will. It will. VWAP. VWAP. It's going to probably want to close below 22. Later, Don. All right. Peace out, guys.